Women's Ashes.
Wareham cracks it away through the offside, picks the gap at extra cover, and that'll be 4 off the bat of Georgia Wareham.
Sweep attempts, it pops up in the air, catch taken by Beaumont.
Gardner around the wicket, angling into the leg stump, and she's bowled it.
Bowls again to Jones, full sauce, and absolutely clattered to the right with a pull shot for 4.
Gardner into Duncan, comes down the wicket and she's bowled.
Flights it up, full toss, get the treatment, and the night just goes whack. Over long off for 6.
Bowled it short, it's pulled away by Sophie Eccleston. It's high, it's far, it's 6.
Around the wicket, Healy, and Eccleston, 2 wickets in the over.
Brown driven away through the offside. That's a lovely piece of time.
Grandstand cricket.
The Women's Ashes. On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And the ABC Listen app.
It has been a commanding summer for Australia, barraging their way to an Ashes retention across the first 4 white ball games. And now as we arrive at an overcast Manuka Oval in Canberra, the pressure rises for the visiting England, who are staring down the barrel of a second consecutive whitewash down under. For the Aussies tonight, though, it is an opportunity to right the wrongs of the 2023 series and ensure they win this series outright. The visitors are hoping Canberra will be the turning point towards another remarkable comeback that could eventually tie the series. Great to have you with us on ABC Radio, the ABC Listen app and BBC 5 Sports Extra for the second T20 between Australia and England. Absolute privilege to be with you. If you do want to get in touch across the night, the text line 0467 920 222. We've got a star-studded lineup for you. Great to be alongside one of the greats out of England, Henry Moran. Good to see you.
So good to see you. What a treat this is, and there's a little bit of cloud overhead, isn't there? But all over the talk of local radio and local media last few days, they're expecting a record crowd for a women's fixture at Manuka, and yeah, what a night it is. And if there's one thing I've learned about the Australian sporting public, it's then they see them getting beaten, they turn out in numbers. So I think we're going to see a good crowd, and it's going to be good fun tonight.
I do love to get on board a winning side. So I think historically the biggest crowd here was just over 4,000, and they reckon they'll smash it tonight. Slight chance of rain. Don't think it'll be too damaging in the grand context of this matchup, and we've still got plenty to come for you across the evening. Regardless, we'll give you some Australian Open scores. We've got the ACT Cricket CEO Olivia Thornton to come into the box as well. So plenty on top of the game itself between Australia and England, and we've got some great experts to break it all down. Alex Hartley will be joining us later in the broadcast, the talk of the town at the moment, considering what's been happening in the England camp. But speaking of World Cup winners, it's great to welcome Michelle Gosgo back to the team as well. Good to see you, Gozzy.
Yeah, good evening, Aaron. Fantastic to be here. Henry would love this. This is like being in England, this weather at the moment. It's probably a heat wave. I've got to check and make sure he's well hydrated for this evening's game. But yeah, beautiful to be here. The crowd is streaming in. I think it was on just under 10,000 people they reckon they've sold tickets. So amazing turnout here for this game. And look, it is on the line a little bit. I know Australia's retained the Ashes, but this is a really important clash here for England. You don't want to go home with a whitewash. So yeah, it's all on the line for them again.
The deeper we get, the more and more pressure builds on this England side, to the point where it has boiled over into a more public spat between our own Alex Hartley and I guess we'll ask Alex later in the broadcast about this. But what have you made about clearly the treatment that England have done towards her? I guess almost the frustrations over her comment that they lack athleticism, are questions around their fitness and how they've approached this series. Because to me it felt almost the reaction showcased a bit of their mental fragility in itself.
Yeah, look, I completely agree with her. The fitness levels haven't been there, and she didn't say for the whole team. She said for certain players. And I've watched the whole games, bar the one in Belrive, and I completely agree with it. There is just a clear difference between the Australians fielding and the English fielding, and some of it is technique, but some of it also is the athleticism, the agility, all that sort of stuff that goes with it. And you can just tell it's got nothing to do with, how someone looks or whatever it is. It is just there is a clear difference. And you look at the Australian side and go, who's the weak fielder? Well, they don't have one. And everybody can field it, and they're as athletic as other people. So the standard for the Australians is just a little bit higher. And what Alex has had happen. I saw some things in the media from Amy Jones today, just saying that that's not certainly how she feels. So Alex didn't say it was everybody, and I just think it's just been pushed out of where it was to a little bit more than what it is, but she's completely right. I 100% go behind her with all those comments.
How's the reaction in England, Henry? Has it felt like it's starting to force a bit of change in the England squad?
I think Alex woke up with 46 messages from the great and the good of cricket, friends, family, and some very, very big names. And I won't betray the trust of who they were necessarily, but it is fair to say it has got a lot of people talking this issue. And as Gozzi says, you know, England can keep saying, oh, it's not an issue. And the line that was always said after the World Cup elimination against West Indies was quite... It was a slightly clever line, and it was, fitness isn't why we lost the game. That's what they kept on saying time and again. Fitness wasn't why we lost that game. It was 8 bad overs against West Indies. May not be, but you look at this series, we've got enough of a sample size now. We've got enough of a sample size of the last 10 years. Whatever you want to call it, if it's intensity, athleticism, impetus in the field, there is a stark difference between the two sides, and it is those percentages where it's all well and good if you can hit the ball towards the boundary, but it's no good. Position is saving 40 runs a game by stopping it, and you're unable to do so because ultimately you are going to lose more games than you win. And Australia set the benchmark as cricketers, and I was looking back through some quotes from years gone by, and there are some very telling things that you can find talking about this very thing, going back to 2019 when Alana King and Amanda Jade Wellington both lost their contracts. The selector at the time said both of them need to work on their fitness, otherwise they're not in the squad. In Australia, it has been a clear message and something that has been spoken about for a long time. I spoke to Kristen Beam, somebody that we know very well on this programme, and she said to me, and I think this was a very, very interesting quote, and she said that she didn't think that she would get in the current side because she just wouldn't be able to keep up with it. And I think that is a really interesting point that she's made as well, because, you know, in Australia it is something that is taken so seriously.
It builds to a great contest tonight, but there is a lot of talking points all around it. What is going wrong at England? Can they bounce back? Will Australia re-establish themselves or has it already re-established themselves as the greatest team in the world right now in terms of women's cricket? Plenty to dissect, a lot of time to get into it, but we should add it out to the middle for the bat flip ahead of the second T20 International. Katie Martin's out in the middle for the host broadcaster.
Welcome out to the middle here in Manuka Oval for the second of the T20 Internationals. In this Women's Ashes series, it is coin toss time. Now, I'm joined by royalty, not these two. Jade Melbourne, the bronze medalist for the Opals from the Olympics, is fantastic to have you out here and make me feel shorter. Talia's back, Heather's back, and Kent is back as well. You going to do it? Heads is a call, and it's a heads. Heather, you're going to have a bowl. Do I assume it's a bit of, I guess the weather's due to come around later on in this game?
A little bit of that, and we also think it's easiest to chase here. We're obviously going to have to play really well. But yeah, we think obviously that's a chase. Might be a little bit of weather around, hopefully not. It has been pretty nice here in Canberra the last few days.
Well, you're going to have a bowl. You've got a great record in terms of your batting and England's record here. Do you lean on that in this game?
I think you take confidence from it, having been successful here as a team, obviously in individuals as well. You definitely take confidence from it, but obviously, yeah, it's a T20 series on the line tonight here. We really want to bring our inner mongrel, bring our sort of fight out and really put on a good performance tonight.
I was going to ask you, there's been a lot of external noise around this team. How is the team tracking?
Yeah, really good. Like, we're really tight as a side. We've stayed pretty positive. I think obviously we're in a tough situation. We haven't played our best cricket this trip, and now's the perfect time to do it.
Team changes?
Exactly the same.
Go well, mate.
Thanks, Marty. Cheers.
Talia, having a bat out here, what have you sort of made of the conditions at Manuka?
I've been 50-50 all day what I was going to do with the toss. We're probably going to have a bowl, but more than happy to have a bat out here. It's a really nice wicket where there's usually plenty of runs on offer.
Opportunity to win the Ashes outright today. What's been the messaging within the group in the last couple of days?
Really simple messaging. We keep attacking the game, keep playing our style, and yeah, it's a game of cricket, so hopefully go out there and have a fair crack today.
Any team changes?
We're unchanged.
Go well today, mate.
Thank you.
That's news from the middle here. England have won the toss and they're going to have a bowl first.
And as Katie Martin mentioned out in the middle as well, Australia's record here isn't overly great. England will take everything they can get to try and nab their first win of this Ashes campaign. Australia's only won one of 6 women's T20s here against England. They've tied 1 and lost 4. They're winless in their last 3. So maybe something to try and inspire the English side, who has struggled in their tour down under. They didn't win a game the last time they were here. and so far winless in this 2024-5 Ashes series. Aaron Bryant and Henry Moran with you alongside Alex Hartley and Michelle Gosgo. And Gosgo, we've spoken a lot about England, but for Australia, I mentioned it before, it's almost a revenge tour to fall so short in the T20 World Cup, something that shocked everybody that they didn't even make the final, have emphatically shown that, no, we're still the team to beat, because you lose Ash Gardner and you lose Alyssa Healy and still manage to win by over 50 runs. It's a pretty impressive display.
Yeah, well, it's almost like they've had their cranky pants on this whole tour. It seemed a little bit like that. Yeah, they obviously came back and they were extremely disappointed after what happened at that World Cup. And they knew that this was on the horizon. It was always a redemption for them. And, you know, they've got such a high standard for themselves that they were, as I mentioned, they were extremely disappointed for that. And, you know, like it goes up a cog every time you play against the old enemy. It doesn't matter what sort of format. It could be a one-off test match in, you know, the UAE. If you're playing England, you're stepping up for that. So, yeah, they had a real target on this. And, I mean, there's not many countries where you'd lose your captain and then your top other player where you're still winning. Like, it just doesn't happen. So, and, you know, another point, I was just thinking about that when, you know, we're getting the coin toss. You're only, as a coach, you go, we're only as strong as our weakest player, right? So, if I go, what's our weakest player for the Australian fielding side? Well, that's debatable. How many of the English players would be better fielders than the Australians? I don't know. It's for me, that's a clear difference for me. And going back to your point, I just think Australia, they lose their captain, lose their best player, and they're still winning. So, unbelievable team.
How many of the England team would get into the Australian 11?
Good point.
A few of the depth players that aren't in there tonight: Danny Gibson, Alice Capsey, Bess Heath, players who don't have great resumes. When they have played down under in the WBBL, they haven't exactly banged the door down. This is a very full squad that England brought to Australia, but the players that currently can't get in it, aren't going to make them any better, are they?
No, and the only argument might be that freshness will create something and a little bit of a different vibe. I think that England, and I'm interested to know by, Heather Knight speaking about the inner mongrel from this team, and that's quite an interesting phrase, because I was looking back at the game that was played here when Danny Wyatt-Hodge scored that brilliant 100 night. Beth Mooney scored 100 here, and the Ashes was drawn. And England were quite sort of gritty that night, and showed quite a little sort of sense of, actually, we're not just going to lie down here. We're annoyed. We're frustrated that we're not going to lift this trophy, and so we're going to fight back a bit and throw a few punches. And as we see the sides running out now, Heather Knight is sprinting, and that is something that I think England will be wanting to try and show, is that, come on, we're here. We're not just going to lie down and be beaten again and again and again. And if we are going to lose, we're going to lose in a way that actually gives us some credit. And I think this is an England side with plenty to prove.
There is another underlying storyline for the Aussies tonight, as we touched on. I guess the last player in, and who's in the bottom in terms of their depth, is probably Grace Harris, who was picked only for the T20s in this tour. This is her 50th International Women's T20 tonight. 17th player to do so for Australia, and the best in the world for strike rate, 154.4. So a massive night for one of the greats of Australian women's cricket. Obviously so dominant in the WBBL, has had some time now at international level, and racks up 50 tonight, Gozzy.
Yeah, she's an amazing player. I'm sure she would find a place at the top of the order for the English side at some stage, but she's listed as number 6. So a great character, great story for her to come back in after getting dropped that first time.
Henry Moran rather set to come in for the first ball. Gozzy, how do you see this playing out tonight?
Well, I hope that England, and as much as I want Australia to win, I want England to show me tonight. Show us the money. Get in. Fight.
That's what you want to see, Goz, isn't it?
Yep.
Let's see a little bit of punch.
Come on, get cranky pants on for them tonight.
Yes. Let's see what we get. How cranky will those pants be, Goz?
Bowl a bouncer. First ball. Why not?
Well, why not? Indeed. Let's have a look and see what we get. Okay, we're going to see Freya Kemp from the far end of the ground. Is that the swimming pool end, I believe? I'm right in saying. Marvellously named. The floodlights looking like these enormous fly swats.
Yes.
Or are they those things that you use to flip fried eggs?
Oh, they could be either. The fried eggs one sounds better.
Does a little bit. Stands pretty much packed here. in Australia's capital, as here comes Freya Kemp, left arm over the wicket to bowl to Beth Mooney, driving up towards mid-off, and there'll be no run. With Mooney on strike, the left-hander. England have got this rather unusual field where they've got a gully and then a sort of short third.
Yeah, they know that, like, she is one that's renowned for getting off the mark. She'll just double it right in front of herself. That's the way she gets off the mark in T20 cricket.
Here comes Kemp again, and it's going to be slapped towards Wyatt Hodge in some very loud orange boots there, fielding on a ground where she has incredibly fond memories with that 100 I mentioned. And I remember the story goes that she was out there in the middle. I can't remember who she was batting with, possibly Catherine Siver-Brunt. She said, "Bronte, I'm on 99." Not sure she could quite believe it. Here comes Kemp again, past the umpire to bowl to Mooney, who will drive and wants to single. She'll get it as well. It's a good piece of running from an Australian opener who on this ground averages 100.
Yeah, not too shabby, is she? And we've got the youngster at the other end, Georgia Vole. It was an interesting innings actually at the SCG that we saw on Monday. She got off the mark quite well. It was a little bit streaky, but and then I think she just tried to push it a bit too early. She's such a good striker of the ball, takes advantage of power play with only the two fielders out, but a little bit nervous as you would expect on debut.
Yeah. 21 off 11, 4 fours on that occasion. The right-hander waits now and is struck sort of high up on the hip, really, and it drops into the leg side and will be signalled as a leg by umpire Ben Treloar, who is making a first appearance of this Women's Ashes series.
One thing I did see was Beth Mooney coming up to have a chat to Georgia Bowl quite a lot in that first match. I think it was every couple of balls she'd sort of wandered down the crease and just calm her down a little bit in between overs as well.
So Kemp runs in again, Mooney on strike. We'll see the ball down the leg side. There was half a noise, I thought, but wide is signalled by the umpire, and so Australia move to 3 without loss on a night that is at the moment looking unthreatening on the rain front, but there is some talk that we could get a little shower or two later on. That might have gone into England's thinking with winning the toss and having a bowl first, because if the game is shortened, that would be preferential. Here is Kemp to Mooney. That's a good ball. One that beats the outside edge of the bat and goes whizzing through to the big white gloves of Amy Jones. And Freya Kemp has bowled a lovely line there, just a little hint of away shape off the surface and just past the edge of that bat.
Yeah, it was a really good ball. Perfect. Had Beth Mooney moving. Wasn't sure whether to come forward enough. It just took a couple of steps down the wicket, so really good over here.
In comes Freya Kemp to bowl to Mooney, who's driving towards backward point, and a single will be taken with a little pushing fumble from Danny Wyatt Hodge, but it is no harm done. And the over comes to an end with the score on 4 without loss. And a reminder, the first 6 overs are the power play overs. It's not like the Big Bash League with the coverage that we've been bringing you across grandstand cricket and Test Match Special in recent weeks, heading to the business end of that. You got, of course, your 4 overs at the start of the BBL games before the power surge later on. In this international, it's going to be all 6 up front, the power play, with just 2 allowed outside the circle.
I like the power surge.
I love it.
I reckon they should bring it. Like, it is so tactical, and you know what? It often creates wickets for the fielding side.
Absolutely.
So bring it in.
I think it's really good. It's, of all the innovations that came about a couple of years ago,
that's the best one.
It's the best one. We've tried substituting cricket time and again. It never works.
No. Yeah, exactly.
We need to bin that off.
No, I don't like that.
We're going to see Lauren Bell having a bowl. She's had a good tour, the Tall England fast bowler, and she's going to be running in from in where we're watching on through the window, and this is helped away down the leg side. It's going to head towards the boundary. Let's test this outfield. Sarah Glenn in pursuit will not stop it. It was a little bit of a loose delivery, and thank you very much, says Beth Mooney, as it goes racing down to fine leg, and Australia move to 8 without loss.
Yeah, searching for that Yorker and just missed the length a little bit. Well, it was easy to put away from Beth Mooney. Vacant fine leg. It's up inside the circle, so once it got past there, it was always going to be 4. You know what, typical left-handers, they're so good on their legs, aren't they, Henry?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Find that ball there.
So Lauren Bell again with the floodlights shining, and Mooney on strike down the leg side again. There's the appeal for a cork behind, and England like it. They've been quite keen to review during this series early on, and on this occasion decide against it. There was a noise.
There was. And they thought, no, we won't waste that. So, is it 1 or 2? They get 2 for the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, just watching a replay there. I think it's just off the thigh pad, so good decision. A little bit of a contrast start to last game. They were none for 21, the Aussies, after 2.
They could yet be.
Yeah. Hopefully not for England.
Lauren Bell sprinting in once again. Mooney coming forward and rather yorking herself in the end. And I think the England bowler spotted her coming and jammed it in just a little bit fuller.
And much better fielding already. And that was, I think Beth Mooney got dropped 3 times the other night with the SCG. So,
and Vol was dropped badly by Lauren Bell. That one that went swirling.
That's right. Oh, and there was one that fell in the middle. That was a yours catch.
Yeah, it wasn't terribly good, that one. In comes Lauren Bell. Oh, it's a horrible full toss, which has walloped away over mid-wicket, out towards the boundary. I think it'll get there. Maya Boucher's quick, but not that quick. And the ball goes away. It was not a good ball. It was not far away from being a no ball, I would have said. And actually, the signal from Eloise Sheridan is done in such a fashion that it makes it look like she might be signalling a no, but I don't think she is.
I think she did.
Did she?
I thought she did, yeah. Here we go. We're just watching. Yeah, it is. It's going to be a free hit. And then we've got the smallest little circle, like it's a...
The sort of lasso.
Like, get it out. Like, I'd be out there going massive circles.
Well, I know you would, Gozzy, because there is not a nightclub in the Eastern Seaboard that has not seen that manoeuvre.
Look at the shopping trolley out.
So a free hit with the score at 13 without loss, and Mooney goes hard down the ground over the head of Eccleston for 4 runs. Well, it might yet be 21 without loss after 2 overs.
Sorry.
It's 17 without loss after 1.4.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Don't you apologise to me?
Well, yeah, just missed the length there, and just a little bit slippery maybe the ball at the moment. It's not as quick at outfield, is it, as we saw at the SCG. So you're going to have to get going here, and you're running between wickets as well. Yeah, just a little bit of Sophie Eccleston having a chat to Lauren Bell there. Just get a line right here.
Field remains the same. Deep cover and backward square outside the circle as this is played into the pads, and they'll run through for a single if they're quick, and the throw that came in from Danny Wyatt-Hodge was not far away from causing Vol some problems.
Oh, I tell you what, I reckon that would have been out. Vol hadn't quite backed up enough. Beth Mooney, if she's watched highlights of Beth Mooney, she will get that little inside edge onto the pad and she will just scurry through for a single, just going backward a point. And I reckon it would have been out. Yep, it would have been out. So Georgia Vol had to really dive there, but it would have been in vain. She wasn't quite backing up, so a little bit slow to get out of the blocks there, Georgia Vol.
She's only faced 1 ball so far, and that was a dot. I think it was a leg bye, wasn't it? But she's not scored as yet. A young opener who waits now for Lauren Bell and is driving back towards her, and it's put down.
Oh, dear.
It was a chance. And that was a chance. It's not one of those you say you've got to take it, but it's a chance that I reckon probably it's a 6 or 7 out of 10, isn't it?
Yep. You got to get your mid out. You got to take those. And it's hard for the bowlers, isn't it? They're pelting in and they're going at full pelt, and then the ball gets hit back at her. That wasn't anywhere near the middle of the bat from Georgia Vol, so it's probably a 6 or 7 chance. But you need to take those. None for 18 after 2, so it's less than none for 21, Henry.
Hey, the future's
there we go.
Right. Moving in the right direction. On the text, 0467 920 222. John in Melbourne. Sophia Dunkley seemed to offer the high fives the end of that first over. That's better energy. Come on, England. Here comes Freya Kemp from the far end, and Mooney dropping, looking for the single into the offside, and the aforementioned Dunkley, who was outstanding the other night with what was a really fine 59 or 30.
That was a bit of mongrel in her the other night, so that's what they need here. So get the cranky pants on. Just go, right, all you people think you know everything, you're in the media. We're going to show you that you don't. Just go out there and show it in the middle.
Here comes Freya Kemp once more. Into bowl. to Beth Mooney, who's defending. This has been a good start from the left-arm seamer, who England have very high hopes for as a big-hitting bowling all-rounder.
Yeah, and I reckon she could be quicker, actually. I don't think she uses her front arm enough. So there's even, I reckon, potentially sort of another 5 or 10 Ks in her action once she's really tall, left arm quick, very hard to negotiate as a right-hand, left-hand batter.
Kemp running in again in the red of England. And Mooney chasing a ball. She's trying to create some space too. And Kemp sees her coming, drops it a bit shorter, and it balloons past the bat of Mooney. This has been a really good over so far from Kemp. Clever bowling, 3 dot balls. And Australia remain on 18 without loss. Yeah,
and it's good swing as well. Just watching the replay. Yeah, Beth Mooney was on the move, coming down the crease, trying to get the length that she wanted. 112 kilometres. I reckon she could be pushing up that 120. A couple of tweaks to her action.
In comes Kemp. And Mooney goes big over extra cover. Lovely timing. The outfield isn't that quick, but it's not going to be stopped by Maya Bouchier, who goes sprinting after it. That is a fine shot from Beth Mooney. It really is. Australia 22 without loss.
Well, watching Beth Mooney for a number of years, we don't see that too often, actually. She doesn't really go aerial early on in her innings. So that one there, she, instead of moving around the crease, she just prodded forward, made sure she had a stable base and hit through the line of the ball over extra cover. Wonderful strike. 19 off 15, Mooney.
Kemp running in again and down the leg side. It's taken by Amy Jones, plunging low to her right. She was in reasonable spirits yesterday. I actually had a really interesting conversation with Amy Jones, and she had that moment in the second ODI at Junction Oval where it was all on her, and she miscounted how many balls were left in the over.
Yeah, that was it.
And so it left Lauren Bell on strike. She was bowled 2 balls later and the game was done. In comes Freya Kemp, bowls to Mooney, who just chips the ball, plinks it into the leg side. And that's an unusual looking stroke, but it's an effective one. Out towards the Jack Fingleton scoreboard, those grass banks that are pretty much packed full. And away for 4 runs. That's a good looking shot. It really is. And Australia 27 without loss. Talk us through that one.
Again, gone aerial. She doesn't do that too often. If she gets a ball that's full, she will go over. But that one's just picked it off her legs perfectly. Just made sure she got it over the inner ring, and plenty of open real estate out there at deep mid-wicket. Just making a bit of a change to the field. So finally comes around to where that ball sort of went. Just forward a square leg now. Sarah Glenn out in the boundary. So a good over. All of a sudden now there's 9 with 1 ball left in this third over.
So 27 without loss. Mooney has faced 16 of the balls to be bowled so far. And she's working the ball into the leg side. And Heather Knight with an unusual looking stop, but quite effective at mid-wicket. We'll see Mooney just get the 1, and so she'll keep the strike. Vole at the moment is having to play a watching role. As at the other end, having faced just 2 balls in the first 3 overs. 28 without loss then is the score. So so Amy Jones, and she was really candid actually about it. And sometimes we've spoken about how we want honesty from this England team. And she said to me that it was frustrating. I took it hard. I thought there were 2 balls left, and there just weren't. A lot going on, the change of bowl, and I think I was distracted. I was adamant there was 2 left. It's hard to take something like that when you've been beaten by an unplayable ball or something and you're walking back. That's one thing. And it took a lot out of me emotionally. I thought, well, actually, fair enough. You're holding your hands up and you've made a mistake. It can happen.
Well, you remember in that same ball, Alana King thought it was a catch and she dropped it. She thought that was the 10th wicket, and she put her hands to her head. She realised, she thought that wasn't even a free hit. So it was all happening in that over.
Here's Charlie Dean. England's off spin around the wicket to Mooney. Wants a single towards short fine leg, but Lauren Bell is waiting, and there is no chance of a run.
So at the moment with this, we call this a Karen roll, and every time someone gets a run off the last ball, the over.
Every team's got one.
Oh, we had a partnership in the Ashes tour, and she got 49, I got 1, and everyone clapped and said, well done on your 50 partnership.
Here comes Dean to Mooney. Who drops the ball into the offside, just Mooney. The one that for England is Tammy Beaumont. Yeah. Unusual how often she finds a single on the ball the over.
It's not a 3, it's always a 1.
Oh yeah, because a 3 might end up being a boundary. Can't be risking that. Dean bowls to Mooney, who clubs down the ground over the head of Nat Siva-Brunton for 4. The chase from Freya Kemp is in vain. Mooney is playing the aggressor here, and this is a role that necessarily seen from her, but she does average 100 at this ground in the format.
Yeah, she likes it here. It's almost like she's gone, all right, well, Healy's out of this team here, injured, so I'm going to take her role here. And it's been effortless so far. The aerial route that she's taken is working superbly for her here.
Comes Dean again to bowl to Mooney, and a rather hopeful LBW shout from Amy Jones. And there is nothing doing, says umpire Eloise Sheridan.
Yeah, and she's dirty here, Beth Mooney. She knew that was there to be swept. Only one fielder behind square. It was 4 runs on the offer.
32 without loss.
Yeah, another good start here. It is hard too when you're Georgia Vol and you face 2 balls and you're in nearly the end of 4th over. So sort of like, all right, well, how am I going to get myself into this innings? And the pressure's on you when you come on strike.
Dean's going to come over the wicket now to Mooney, who comes forward and clatters away through the covers for 4. Dancing down the track and sending the ball on its merry way out towards one of those pylons, sending fire into the air, warming those spectators. That is a lovely shot, it really is.
She knows the game back to front. She holds the bat really low. So it means that she has to hit the ball a little bit later, otherwise if she goes a bit early it's going to go in the air. But her timing is superb.
36 without loss. Final ball of the 4th over is delivered by Dean, tapped into the leg side. She's not going to get her single there. She wanted, didn't she? End of the over, 8 from it. And Charlie Dean, who has been rather targeted by Australia during this tour, I think it's fair to say, is getting a cap from the umpire, and this partnership between Mooney and Vole has seen 23 balls faced by Beth Mooney.
Can we just say, so it's none for 36, Mooney 32, extras 4, Vole 0. I know how you feel, Georgia Vole, it's okay.
Yeah, extras having a decent day at the office.
Sally Sundry, second top scorer at the moment. Yeah, but, I mean, Georgia Vole here, in all seriousness, her job's to get Beth Mooney on strike, isn't it? Even if she can get a single off this first ball, she's done her job here.
Yeah, I think so. That's the key. 4 overs gone then. Lauren Bell is going to continue from the far end of the ground with lovely murmur and gentle noise around Monica Oval. Lots of fans in, as Vole is rather cramped for room. Do you know what I noticed was going on in town at the moment? It's Australian of the Year.
Well, I've got some good stories about that. Lucky you brought it up. So I had Kath Cashel on my flight today, who played 1 game for New South Wales, used to be a former New South Wales player. She's the New South Wales Australian of the Year nominee. So down here, had the young Australian of the Year nominee from New South Wales as well, and another lovely lady. So they're all down here for the awards ceremony.
Running in is Lauren Bell, and walloped across the line from the bat of Vole, and that is raced away for 4. There was a gasp of excitement from the crowd, because I thought that was going to the hands of Boucher on the bounce, but though it was 10 yards away from the England fielder, such was the ferocity of the blow. She was never in the game.
Yeah, she's good at that shot. It wasn't quite out of the middle of the bat, but geez, she's got such a good swinging arc. It was safely away for 4. Yeah, big awards ceremony on this weekend. Geez, so I had on my flight Australian of the Year nominee, Elisa Healy, and then there's me.
Where do I vote for you? Vole drops into the onside. That's nice. Just a delicate prod towards mid-wicket, and the ball wasn't there to hit to the boundary. Get Mooney on strike. 40 without loss becomes 41 without loss. I saw Mark Taylor knocking about in town earlier.
There we go.
Yeah.
How cool.
Yeah,
well, Canberra's the place to be.
And we noticed, because there's a huge, great billboard listing all of them, we noticed there's none for 1993.
Wow.
And we were wondering why.
Yeah.
Alex Fion and myself.
Yep.
Because we were thinking, surely Shane Warne, ball of the century.
Yes.
That.
Yeah.
In comes Lauren Bell to Beth Mooney, who goes high into the offside. Again, she's targeting that deep extra cover region, but Boucher will pick up before it reaches the ropes. And so 2 runs are taken. And the actual answer, as the score moves to 43 without loss, isn't quite as exciting. It's because they've moved from it being how they did it from being the middle of one year to the next to ending up being sort of a calendar year.
Right.
Had to then skip a year.
Okay.
So
it should have been Shane Warne.
Oh, I know.
What a ball.
I know. There are cricketers on there, though.
Huh. Oh, yes. Yes, there are.
Here is Lauren Bell to Mooney, chipping the ball into the leg side, out towards the deep. There's a chase on out there in the distance for Freya Kemp, who will pick up, but 2 further runs are accrued. And this is a very good start from Australia, who have gone motoring along to 45 without loss on a ground where runs are normally plentiful.
Yeah, it's looking a bit ominous at the moment, isn't it, for England? But Beth Mooney, she's in the mood, 36 off 25. Still looking like a beetroot as she normally does. Doesn't matter if it's 15 degrees, she still looks like she's playing in 45 degrees, but exceptional player.
In comes Lauren Bell to bowl to Mooney, comes forward again and does so well just to change the shot. Almost playing 3 strokes in 1 there. Bouchier does well on the boundary, and they'll turn for a third. The lesser spotted 3 if they're quick. Oh, this could be out. Now then, Vol was slow. I think she thinks she's gone. Bouchier's throw. And England whooping and celebrating.
To director, we have an umpire referral for a run out at the striker's end. Could we go to your first side on angle, please?
Well, Vol's walking off.
I reckon that was out. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Ball is in the hands. Just run it forward. Thank you. I'm satisfied there that the batter is short of the ground. I'm ready to make my decision.
Well, what a freebie.
Yeah.
England get the wicket that didn't look terribly likely to come. It was an unnecessary risk taken running that third. Maybe Vol a little slow setting off, but either way, the 5th over ends with England getting their first breakthrough. Vol dragging herself off the field, getting generous applause, 5 from 5. The over comes to an end with the score 1 for 47. Michelle Gold's going to be joined in just a moment by Aaron Bryant.
Women's International Cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
the ABC Listen app, BBC 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds.
So a possible momentum shift after the hot start from the Aussies. Beth Mooney fresh off 75, just rolling on with 38 so far tonight. Aaron Bryant, Michelle Gosco with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport and our listeners on BBC 5 Sports Extra. Phoebe Litchfield out to the crease, fresh off 25 from 20 deliveries, the 21-year-old. Still part of the power play here at Manuka Oval. Overcast conditions, but so far no chance of rain. And Charlie Dean to continue from the southern end. Bowling around. Mooney backtracks and turns it through square leg. 2 on offer as Bouchier fields in the deep. 1 for 49, the Aussies to start the 6th.
Yeah, I was going to say no 3 there. I don't think they're going to be running a 3 again. Beth Mooney is such a weapon between the wickets as well, and she's so quick. George Vol just a little bit slow to get out of the blocks, but I don't think there was 3 on there for that one. So
Dean to Mooney again.
Oh, yes,
leans forward and punches it down towards mid-off. Takes the single as Kemp comes in off the rope.
You know, for me, Beth Mooney, in world cricket, I dead set will say she's the best at putting the ball where the fielders aren't. She knows the pockets in between the inner and outer ring. She knows, apart from that one was a bit of a weird one because there was a little bit of a fumble in the outfield or a really good stop. It came back for 3. But she knows, she's a good judge sort of whether there's 2. And then she knows how to get it over the infield. So, such a wonderful player, Beth Mooney.
1 for 50, the Aussies. Deep fielders at long off and mid-wicket. Mooney again just leans forward and defends to the offside. No run on offer.
And Phoebe Litchfield, what I would like to see from her is an innings where she's not playing the reverse sweep all the time. So just give herself, she's to great effect on Monday and then tried it again and it wasn't on. She's been out, I think, once this series so far as well for that.
Dina Mooney down the track, changes her mind and slices it straight to wide Hodge at point. Litchfield was out of her crease at the bowler's end. Quick throw in. Never a chance of a run out and a dot ball consecutive for Charlie Dean.
And, I mean, look, she does a reverse and things, the lap, that's normal for her. It's like a cover drive. But, yeah, just stay nice and still, Litchfield.
1 for 50. Dean and Mooney, reverse sweep. Beautiful through backward square. Well, technically backward point. The chase is on from White Hodge, but she won't get there as it rolls over the rope in front of the Fingleton scoreboard. Australia 1 for 54.
And that one was on because it was outside. I'm just trying to... It's hard to describe it. So she's left-handed, so it would have been outside her off stump. So it's outside her leg stump. Just. So that's okay. It's the straighter ones that she's been trying to do that haven't worked particularly well in this series.
Boundary for Litchfield there, so she's off the mark. Awaits Dean and guides it backward a point. Rolls towards Glenn, no run. Good over so far from Charlie Dean, just the 7 from it. And that wraps up the 6th. 1 for 54 Australia after being sent in. Mooney's on 41, Litchfield's on 4. Shout out to the Major on the sunny coast. He says, great call. How about 3 over power play and a 3 over power surge?
I like it. I don't like this first 6. That's boring. It's what it used to be. Now it's done, and then all of a sudden all the 4 fielders go out on the boundary, and that's it. I like it. In the Big Bash, it's worked. You know, if you could do 3 and 3, perfect. At the moment, it was 4 and 2, and sort of you couldn't take it to after the 10th over. And then it is a tactical thing from teams. But as we've said before, often you'll see the fielding side come into play then.
I do like that aspect, that there's still more on offer throughout the game, depending on what you decide as a team and when you use it. Nat Sivabrunta did the attack for the first time tonight. Bowls a good length delivery and dropping down. Mooney pulls through square leg. It's low and hard on the bounce. Gathered clean and rattled in as they race through for a single by White Hodge. Australia 1 for 55.
Yeah, and then it becomes tactical, right? So just seeing Elisa Healy on the screen today, I saw her at the airport as I mentioned. I've no admit, she's eating. She's like, I'll stop eating. I'll go and hide behind someone's hat. Told her she was a bit soft this morning. When I saw her with a boot on, I was like, come on, I've had a plantar fasciitis injury before. She goes, might be a bit more than that, the little one you get.
Sivabrunta Litchfield steps forward across the leg stump. Smashes it low and hard through the onside. Fielded that mid-on. They take another single.
And I'm only joking. I've noticed that she was 10, so I was only being cheeky.
Put it in the headlines, fresh off Alex Hartley. Hot off the fresh.
I don't need that. I don't need any more drama.
So Healy is soft.
No, she knows I was only mucking around.
Well, the news out of the Aussie camp is that she is unavailable for the remainder of the T20 series. Sivabrunt bowls, Litchfield Mooney on her toes, tucks it to point, quick single on offer. Shy comes from Dunkley to the bowler's end. It was pretty hot and heavy. Sivabrunt does leave it, but White Hodge waiting at the back. So just the single. 1 for 57, the Aussies. Mooney moves to 43, and Phoebe Litchfield now on strike on 5.
And, Midge is 34 now. So I sort of asked her, I said, what do you want to do when you retire? She's done a level 3 now, which is great. She'd be a fantastic coach. She does
media work as well.
Yeah.
Sivabrunt, right arm over the wicket. It's full and beats Litchfield, who slashes across the off stump. Good take by Jones and a dot ball.
She could play golf. She's good at that as well. She plays the Steely Cup with Mitchell Stark. Beats him often. So, yeah, lots of options for her, whatever she wants to do. Hopefully she still comes back and plays a number of years of cricket.
Sivabrunt to Litchfield, taps her bat, steps forward, drops down and slices it through point. Just low enough past Dunkley and down to the rope for 4. It's an absolute rocket along the carpet. Litchfield moves to 9. The Aussies 1 for 61 with a ball to come in the 7th.
Yeah, Sophia Dunkley just dived over that one, so probably should have been stopped. But, yeah, exquisite timing there from Phoebe Litchfield. It's what she's known for. Stayed nice and still. So it was a good over till that ball. So all of a sudden, 1 ball left, 7 runs scored. Got a good start here, Australia.
Sivabrunt to Litchfield, steps back on drive. Not enough power or connection as it trickles its way to the fielder at mid-on, and Eccleston thrusts it in as they take a single. 1 for 62 to wrap up the 7th. Litchfield up to 10. Mooney on 43. Aaron Bryans and Michelle Gosco with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport and BBC 5 Sports Extra. The second T20. Australia leads the series 8-0.
Aaron, I know this is your first time to Monica. How are you finding it?
Loving it so far. Got in late this afternoon, quickly had a squiz at Parliament House to tick it off the bucket list and walk my way down to Monica. It is very green here.
Yeah.
Very well maintained. Everything looks very modern. love this venue. We're going to have Olivia Thornton on during the innings break, the Cricket ACT CEO, about the upcoming centenary of this ground, and it's got a lot of history to it. All the stands, you've got obviously the Eastern Hill, the pool that Henry mentioned before. There's just for a ground that doesn't see a lot of action compared to the rest of it across the country. It's got a lot going for it. Sophie Eccleston into the attack for the first time tonight. Bowling away from the southern end to Phoebe Litchfield. Steps forward on a fuller delivery. Drives just past the fielder at cover, Heather Knight. It was a bit proppy as she awaits on her knees. It's fielded in the deep by Sitha Brunt. They take the single, Litchfield to 11.
That was a bit of a Mayo dive, that one. It was like, oh, it's already got past, I'm just going to dive anyway.
And a slight change here is mid-on moves now towards cover. So the offside pretty tight inside the circle. Open onside with the Maya Bouchier at mid-wicket. We've also got a long on, long off and backward square on the rope. Eccleston left arm around the wicket, leaning forward. Mooney turns it down to the onside, and Kemp has to come in from long on. Another single, she moves to 44. The Aussies 1 for 64.
I think Eccleston's bowled pretty well throughout this Ashes series, and I mean, they haven't really taken it to task, the Australians, but I mean, there's a reason she's number one bowler in the world with white ball, so they know, and if they can get a boundary away off her, that's great. They've got a good start, 1 for 64 into the 8th over. So they've got a really good platform here. Charlie Dean, as we mentioned, they really have targeted her. Pretty hard to target someone like calibre of Sophie Eccleston.
Long off fielder comes in. Now we've got a deep point. Loopy well fired and full delivery. Litchfield smashes it back to Eccleston. Had a slight fumble trying to take the momentum off it. And they get through for a single as it rolls down to Sitha Brunt, waiting at mid-off. 1 for 65, 3 to come in the 8th. It's a big weekend for Sophie Eccleston. So playing tonight, obviously, then they've got the T20 on Saturday in Adelaide. She's 4 wickets away from passing Deepti Sharma for 3rd all-time.
Wow. Well, there you go. Great calibre bowler.
Eccleston to Mooney. Down the leg side. She's out of her crease and stumped. Came down the track, Beth Mooney. Completely missed it. Through to Amy Jones, who struck. And Mooney's out for 44. The 2nd wicket falls. And England elated at Manuka.
Yep, well, there's the calibre of her bowling right there. So, yes, it was called a wide, but clear plan there. Go and fire it down the leg side. Really good piece of work there from Amy Jones. Beth Mooney had no chance of getting back. She was out probably by about 3 metres, just watching the replay. So she was on her way. She looked really good, Beth Mooney, 44 off 31. But as I said, you have someone like the experience and the excellence of Sophie Eccleston. It's very difficult to get away.
136 T20 wickets now internationally for Sophie Eccleston. But it doesn't get any easier. Elise Perry comes to the crease, and this is the tremendous depth that Australia has on offer. 2 for 66 currently, the Aussies after being sent in. 3 to come in the 8th. Aaron Bryans and Michelle Gosco with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Big score check in the Australian Open. The semi-final between Aryna Sabalenka and Paula Badosa's just begun. Game's on serve, but we'll keep you up to date with it. If you do want to switch over, you won't be offended. The tennis button on the ABC Listen app is your home of the Australian Open.
Not too nice, Aaron. Well, I will be. I'm only joking.
I know our listeners like to navigate between the options available. There's just so much sport these days. Eccleston to Perry. First ball, leans in. Defends to Heather Knight, waiting at mid-off, no run.
Yeah, how good is summer? You have the women's cricket that starts normally in late September and it carries through to sort of March. It's fantastic.
We've relished it now with the rights to the Big Bash as well. It's just non-stop. Eccleston to Perry, rocks back, digs it in as it bounces its way to point. Dunkley gathers on the bounce. Ball to come in the 8th. Sophie Eccleston restricting the Australians here after picking up the wicket of Beth Mooney.
Oh, gee, I just watched it. The ball got thrown back to her there and she lost it in the fly squatters, which we call in the lights. And then she had no idea where it is. She just sort of covered her head.
Concerning if you're a deep fielder tonight. Stepping forward, Perry hit on the toe. Eccleston a bit of a shout. They get through for a bye. As our umpire, Eloise Sheridan, is unmoved. And the Aussies 2 for 67 at the end of the 8th after being sent in. Perry had to get off the mark. Litchfield's on 12 from 10. on the text line. Might actually hold off on this one, Ravi, because it's about Henry's hair, and I want him to be in the box when he hears it.
He's got great hair tonight.
He does. It is essentially a very nice compliment from Ravi. So thank you for that text. We will make sure that Henry does hear it.
He's got model hair. That's it.
Well maintained.
It's very good.
It's a magnificent venue here at Monica, and as we've touched on in the build-up, a record crowd expected. Well, it already is. The previous record was around 4,100, and then we've had the early crowd. First up is 5,546. So it will be the biggest crowd in women's cricket here at this venue.
Yeah, it's pretty chock-a-block, isn't it? A few open seats there, but it's people coming after work.
Sarah Glenn now into the attack for the first time tonight. In from the northern end to Elise Perry. Drives tight down the onside and fielded it in the deep, and they take a single. Perry's off the mark.
Yeah, so just clawed it back a little bit there, England. So you've got Elise Perry out in the middle, so she's transformed her T20 game as well, found herself out of the side for a number of years, and really went back to the WBBL and really increased her strike rate. Now finds herself at number 4.
Deep fielding change. We've now got Sophia Dunkley at almost a backward point, rather, third. It's down the track. Litchfield defends to the offside, no run. There's also a deep cover, long on, mid-wicket. And just the 4 for now. Trying to find the 5th, though. Nice tight infield. Glenn bowls across the off stump, dropping down and sweeping as Litchfield through square leg. Darting across, fielded by Siva Brunt in the deep. Australia move on in the 9th. 2 for 69 as Litchfield moves to 13.
Yeah, we only get 4 out in the women's game. Men get 5. I don't even understand why that is. Why would we only get 4?
Maybe encourage run scoring, I'm not sure, but I don't think they need it these days. Glenn to Perry, takes a step forward, smashes it through cover and takes a single. Not that they needed it in your days either. Missed double centurion on debut.
Yeah, well, I was lucky. I got very lucky that day. I don't even have any footage of that,
That's crazy.
Nothing. Yeah.
Surely someone out there would have something.
The 5 people that were there, maybe. Not.
Glenn bowls, stepping across his Litchfield. Bit of a shout, it was full. Managed to hit her on the pads, but looked like it was wide across the off stump. No run.
Well, it shows to me that spin's in play here at Monica. It's just holding up a little bit. So, Alana King and Georgia Wareham be very excited.
Litchfield's on 13. Glenn bowls to her. Down the track, catches it on the half volley. Lofting over the top of extra cover. One bounce to the rope for 4. Phoebe Litchfield finding some groove now at Monica. She's up to 17. The Aussies 2 for 74 at the end of the 9th.
She'd had enough of getting stuck on the crease. So she's gone, right, I'm going to change the length of the ball there and I'm going to smack you over cover. 1 bounce. Really nice strike. Phoebe Litchfield, very good at advancing down the crease. She's got really quick feet. And you're right, made that into a half volley, and in the end they're getting a 4 off the last ball of the over. That's always a coach killer, that one.
The Elise Perry discussion is crazy when you talk about that period of time where she wasn't in this side. Mentioned Sophie Eccleston, who's careering towards the 3rd all-time in T20 wickets. Was Elise Perry's 5th. So there was a period of time where one of the best bowlers we'll ever see, and one of the better batters is on top of that, wasn't in the Australian side.
Yeah, it was nuts.
Which is almost a testament, I guess, to the standards and quality that we have on offer. Diabolical for England fans. You just love to have those options. Charlie Dean continues from the southern end, stepping forward. It's dinked in by Perry into the wicket, up and down to Dean, no run.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, she's almost Benjamin Button, isn't she? Elise Perry, 34 years of age.
No signs of slowing down. Dean to Perry again, steps forward, straight hit, but got right underneath it. Up, down, and into the arms of Bouchier. She's taken it cover. And Elise Perry's out for 2. The 3rd wicket falls, and it's game on in Canberra. 3 for 74 in the 10th.
Yeah, really well bowled there. Elise Perry got... I actually wasn't sure what kind of shot she was trying to play. She got in a really awkward position. Her right leg went behind her left leg, And then she ended up trying to hit it sort of to mid-on and then just got an outside edge and was caught at cover. So it had no power base to hit from at all. And they get that crucial breakthrough. So Elise Perry just struggled for runs on Monday and struggling for runs a little bit tonight here again. So their head through back. But England, at the drinks break, they're in this game, 3 for 74.
You've touched on it through the call, Gozzy, that they do want to take on Charlie Dean, and it was almost to their detriment that Elise Perry just kept taking steps forward and probably didn't need to, and got underneath the ball that she tried to hit straight and has now fallen for 2 as a result. 0467 920 222 is the text line if you want to get in touch. For our listeners in BBC 5 Sports Extra and also for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport, Paula Baldosa has broken the 2-time defending champion at the Australian Open, Aryna Sabalenka, early in the opening set. So leads 2 games to love. Could be an upset on the cards very early in the stages of that semi-final, but we'll keep you up to date with it across the night. Now that Henry Moran has returned, we can read out Ravi's text from Sydney. He says, Henry's hair is magnificent. Does he travel with a hairdresser like the Indian men's players reportedly did? He's nodding away. Here you go, taxpayer dollars. What's Henry's hair?
He's got great hair.
It does look magnificent. Went on tour, right?
Yeah, that's it. Well, Alex has got great hair tonight as well for TV. You know, she'll look great in here for radio as well.
He's a busy man, Henry, as well. He's got the TMS podcast.
Yep.
Uploading videos to social. He's got to look good on all occasions, I understand.
Got a hit for radio, me, so that's why I sit in the corner over here.
Don't listen to Andrew Moore. Do whatever you want to do, Gozzy. 3 for 74, Australia. Still 4 to come in the 10th after the wicket of Elise Perry. Brings Annabelle Sutherland to the crease. Just 3 runs from 4 deliveries at the SCG, but it's one of the highest ranked batters in the world in this format. Deep fielding setup will have a long off, long on, mid-wicket and square leg. Pretty tight cover region as well. Almost a short extra cover by Bouchier at that cover position that caught Elise Perry, and the tight point from White Hodge.
I'm just waiting for TV. I would hate this as a player if you've just got a wicket and you're coming out in the middle and we're like, come on, let's go.
I think some of your momentum there.
Well, all the nerves. They can either go either way. It sort of settles you down a bit or it makes it worse. Annabelle Sutherland, she's a much more experienced player now, but even she's got a bit of a move up the ladder this time, so about to get number 5. She's been sort of at number 7, number 8 at times.
Charlie Dean continuing the 10th over. Bowling to Sutherland, steps forward and whips it through the onside. Darting in off the rope, White Hodge will keep it to a single. 3 for 75, Australia after being sent in. Sutherland immediately off the mark and puts Litchfield on strike.
So they're back in this game, England. I pegged it back a little bit. It's a good batting deck. We'll slide on tonight. In a due around as well. Makes it a little bit more difficult to hold the ball when you're bowling.
Dean to Litchfield on 17, steps across the leg stump, look to ramp and is bowled straight through it. Charlie Dean's picked up 2 wickets after the Aussies targeted her all series. 4 for 75, Australia. England are right in this one at Manica. Litchfield's out for 17.
Yeah, that shot wasn't on there. I don't know what she was trying to do there. She's trying to, well, you can see she was trying to lap it, but Phoebe Litchfield got well outside off stump, trying to get it down to fine, and it's hit the top of middle. So that ball wasn't on to be doing it. It was a premeditated shot. There was a little bit of turn on offer there for Charlie Dean as well. So it definitely is a wicket for spinners. And I think England have used those quite well. Heather Knight's rotated through them. And yeah, really well bowled there from Charlie Dean.
Talia McGrath out to the middle, the vice-captain of Australia. Had a rough run of form before the Ashes. Weirdly hasn't bowled the last 5 games she's been in either, but did return to some form with 26 at the SCG. Love her out in South Australia as well. Striker skipper.
Yeah, doing a great job in Elisa Healy's absence as well here.
Dean, 2 wickets in the over. Bowls to McGrath. Hit her on the pad, straight in front. Big shout as it rolls down fine leg. They'll take a bye and 2. Eloise Sheridan unmoved. Have a discussion, 2 reviews on offer for England if they want it. Charlie Dean's backing up. Amy Jones is fighting for this.
Yeah, they are.
Here we go.
It's worth it.
Talia McGrath yet to get off the mark. They got through for 2 buys.
To director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision was not out. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Can you get a front on vision, please?
Yeah, Jones and Dean especially went up. There wasn't much other support, but I reckon it's close.
Straight line delivery. Fuller length.
Thank you. Ball and bat
could be going down leg, but
ultra edge.
I reckon it's clipping. What do you think, Gozzy?
Yeah, well, it was given not out, so maybe umpire's call.
Thank you. Just bring that back for me, please. Thank you. Play it forward.
Oh, I reckon maybe the inside edge.
I can see that there is bat contact first. We'll get Eloise to stick with her original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
Well, it was given as leg buys, so it means now it's 2 runs to Kylie McGrath.
She's off the mark.
Here we go.
Big flip of fortune for Australia, who'd lost 2 wickets in the overs so far. Not done yet.
If it hadn't hit the middle of the bat, it was LB.
4 for 77. Dean bowls to McGrath. Quicker delivery that's full. McGrath punches it down a long on where Kemp's waiting on the rope. And she moves to 3 off the single. 4 for 78 Australia after being sent in. Annabelle Sutherland now on strike on... giving the strike back to McGrath. So 1 from 1, McGrath 3 from 2. The Aussies 4 78. Commentary change coming up for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport and BBC5 Sports Extra. Henry Moran coming in.
Grandstand Cricket.
Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio and across the UK via the BBC.
Well, England are in this one, no question about it. They've been in other games and then found themselves very quickly out of it, but they do have this door open. And Australia are going to have to do what they did, particularly, you think back to that fixture in Hobart when they were 4 down. Ash Gardner came to the middle and put on a big partnership with Mooney. They comfortably won that game. No Gardner available. So we see Sarah Glenn at the far end of the ground with McGrath on strike. And the standing Australian captain. As Glenn bowls and getting in a bit of a tangle is McGrath. And there is no run. Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, a vision in blue, has joined me.
I feel like I look like a Smurf.
No, I think you look like one of those reps at a holiday camp. Heidi high. Do you know what I mean? Here comes Glenn with the leg spin and McGrath with a heaving drive out towards Wyatt Hodge at deep cover. What have you made of this then, Al?
Well, it's been good from England, hasn't it? It's been good from Sophie Eccleston with that little plan to Beth Mooney to dismiss her, just pointing down the leg side. But I thought there is no way Eccleston has bowled that long hop by accident. There's absolutely no way. So can we just have a little look at that? And she gives a little cheeky point to Amy Jones.
Such clever. It's great keeping, great bowling. Sutherland on 1. Bowles is chipping down the ground. That's a bold shot, and she's going to be dropped. Freya Kemp diving forward, got her feet in the wrong place, and she should have been out there, Sutherland. Chipping the ball to long on, an unusual choice of stroke given the field. And Freya Kemp's put one down.
Yeah, it should have been taken this from Freya Kemp. Just stops and then dives forward. And Annabelle Sutherland has given a wicket away quite a few times in T20 cricket as of late, just hauling out to the deep. And this time she's given England an opportunity. And it's not been taken. It's the first drop of the night.
So Glenn coming into bowl to McGrath, who comes forward herself, this time square of the wicket on the offside, and out towards Wyatt Hodge for a single. What do you think this surface, because it doesn't feel like it's as quick an outfield as Sydney.
It also doesn't feel like it's as flat as it usually is here either.
I'm with you.
It feels like it's got a little bit in it, and wouldn't be surprised if Australia have asked for the grass to be kept on it with the way that England have played the spinners.
Here's Glenn giving herself some room as Sutherland to send the ball spearing out towards Wyatt Hodge off the back foot, and another run is taken, but at the moment, this 8-0 Australia lead is not certain to become 10-0. And if England can win this game and the next one, And then the test match, they could draw the series. Here is Glenn, bowling to McGrath, who with a big slap down the ground will get one more run. So the end of the 11th over, 4 for 83 is the score. You're sitting on the desk that I remember you were sitting on, exactly in that position during the dramatic test match here 3 years ago.
I was actually next door where the next radio broadcast is, sat in the window, and the security told me if I don't get down from the table, they're going to kick me out the ground.
Yes.
So I'm testing the waters. Just thought, I'll see if I can sit in the window today.
Well, they obviously got my message.
Do you know what? I like it because it's a big window. You feel like you're out in the middle. You feel like you're in the mixer. I just get a bit more of a feel to it,
Yeah, I know what you say. I'm standing up.
Yeah.
I want to be in the game. Sophie Eccleston then is going to bowl. And just see if she can find another wicket. She's bowled 1 over so far, picked up 1 for 4. This is drilled out towards deep cover. But what I love about this partnership for Australia, McGrath and Sutherland, is everything they do with purpose. When they hit it, it stays hit. 4 for 84 is the score. Jack Fingleton's scoreboard in the distance tells us that much, with its hand-painted names and numbers.
It's a great surname.
Shit down the ground, a lovely piece of timing and placement towards Kemp's left. It goes between Freya Kemp and Charlie Dean. A good bit of work from the England fielder will prevent the second run.
Yeah, the spinners for England over the last 4 or 5 overs have been outstanding. There was a boundary every 4 balls in that power play for Australia, and then since then England have just quietened things down a little bit.
Eccleston around the wicket. There's going to be a boundary there. Very late cut. That is lovely batting. It really is such good batting from Talia McGrath, and the ball does eventually win the race. It was a little touch and go. That tells us again that this outfield isn't quite as quick as it sometimes has been here, but it's really good batting. Just waiting to the last possible moment to send that ball on its way to the left of the short third fielder.
Yeah, it looks like an outside edge, but it's actually played by Talia McGrath on purpose. She opens the face of the bat, flicks that bottom hand through her bat swing. So yes, it looks a little bit bottom edgy. And we've just got one of the England girls down on the floor here.
It's Lauren Bell, I think.
Lauren Bell.
That's a worry, and she's got a cap covering her face. She's in a bit of pain there. No, you haven't. No, what's happened here?
I don't know if it's bird poo or a dead spider or something.
What's happened? It's no, you can't do that to those nice blue trousers. What?
You're just handing bird poo.
You have. Oh, this is the best moment of my day.
A bird poo with a spider in it. Oh, what time to be
what's
alive.
that? Was that on the window?
I just leant on the window.
That will teach you. There you go. Get down.
I'm going down. Canberra, clean your commentary boxes. That's vile.
Get down off that ledge, Alex. Oh no, they say it's good luck to when a bird does that onto your head. I'm not sure if you actively do it to yourself. Well, there we go.
I don't know what's gone on with Lauren Bell here, to be completely honest, because she just chased the ball down to the boundary. Everything was very...
It was very regulation.
Yeah.
Sophie Eccleston's trotting on over to see if her teammate's okay.
Well, the word from the back of the commentary box is she went a bit wobbly, almost like she was going to pass out.
Right. I have to say, I was following the progress of the ball rather than the bell. So, I wonder if, it might be some sort of... If you sometimes when you dive, you can sort of suddenly feel a little
vertigo or...
Yeah, I mean...
she's going off.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look muscular.
No, it doesn't. So hopefully she can go off and then just come back on. But it's not good for England, that. As Danny Gibson is going to come onto the outfield to replace Lauren Bell, who is walking off the field, so we know that there's no injury to her lower half. She's walking off this field, but she's got her head down.
She does look a little bit woozy. Towering over the England doctor. My I saw her out walking this morning first thing. Dear listener, when I texted Alex at 11 a.m, she told me I'd woken her up with the text.
Text me at 11:03.
Here is Eccleston, bowls the ball which is clipped to mid-wicket, and Heather Knight, there'll be no run there. 89 on the board, 4 down.
Did I tell you what happened? I had a horrific nightmare about 5 a.m. and it kept me awake for an hour because I was just thinking about it. And eventually fell back to sleep, but I'd taken my phone off charge.
Eccleston, this is slapped towards backward point and stopped by Gibson.
Because I started watching, I can't remember what I was watching, but I eventually turned my phone off and I put it on the pillow next to the bed, that other side of the bed that I was sleeping on. And then I heard this bzzz this morning.
Here's Eccleston, driven away again, but once more straight to Gibson. And the over comes to an end with 6 from it. 12 gone then. And Australia have found themselves at 89 for 4. 4 for 89. The run rate stands at just under 7.5. Game nicely poised, so go on.
And I thought, surely not.
What?
Surely not. Zzz, goes again. I thought, weird. Turned up, rolled over, checked the time, 11:03.
I know.
My phone is on Do Not Disturb till 11 o'clock.
That is absolutely outrageous.
Why? What, that slept till 11:03?
Yeah.
Well, you woke me up.
No, I didn't.
Fuming. I wonder what time I'd have slept till.
Well, actually, I texted you I texted the wider group.
Yeah, but it might Do Not Disturb until 11:03.
Right, that makes sense, yeah. Here comes Nat Sciver-Brunt from the far end of the ground. Running in towards us with the keeper up to the stumps, and Sutherland is testing the reactions of Amy Jones, who's had a good night so far, but she's not left her ground and instead just does a bit of timber demolition of the stumps, and Eloise Sheridan will have to stroll in to have a little look at them. That's nice work from the England keeper again.
Yeah, such a good keeper.
In comes Sciver-Brunt. Hit back down the ground, meteorly, down past the fielder at long on, and for 4. It's straight as a die from Annabelle Sutherland, whose best in T20 internationals is just 22, so she'll be looking to improve on that.
Yeah, when you think of Annabelle Sutherland and T20 cricket, you would just presume she's scored more than 22, but often comes in at the death, or, you know, she's hauled out into the deep a couple of times, so not a point to prove for her.
This is hit firmly into the leg side this time. It's going to beat Boucher, and I think it's beaten the rope as well. Yeah, it's hit the sort of back end of that rope and then gone skidding off towards the Australian dugout. So now the gears are being moved through at quite a rapid rate, and I think that might bring the 100 up for Australia.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this has hit the rope. It's a great shot from Annabelle Sutherland. It's not a short ball. She's picked up a length ball off her hip, heaved it into the leg side. Maya Boucher couldn't get there. It hits the rope and scuttles into the dugout. And it's fielded by Ash Gardner,
who is still being looked after and looked out for that calf injury, but the hope is that she'll be available to play. But Elisa Healy, by the way, I think that is less certain. She's out of the T20 series. Her involvement in the test match remains to be seen. On the text, the SMS 0467 920 222. 6 is signalled. Hello, Henry and Alex. Glad to hear you're still commentating, Alex, after, well, a bit of pot stirring. Says it's been an eventful few days.
Why would I not be commentating?
Ken in Sandringham, Victoria, hello to you. Pushed back past the bowler by Sutherland, who gets a single. 101 on the board, 4 down.
You can't just drop something like that in the media and go into a bunker and hide. You've got to take it face on. I've been having the mick taken out of me next door on the telly.
Are you alright though, genuinely?
I haven't been, but it's not about me, is it?
No. Well, it is.
I want the team to get better. I want them to compete. I want them to be more athletic.
In comes a poor ball, I'm afraid. A full toss to the leg side of McGrath, who's missed out because there's no one at square leg, and it's actually going straight to the hands of Maya Boucher.
And I've actually spoken to a few people over the last couple of days, and I think fitness can be quite a damning term because it brings in body image and body type. So I actually want to go away from using that and compare the athleticism and agility.
Outside the off stump and sliced away over backward point down towards the boundary. Sarah Glenn will, in conjunction with Danny White-Hodge, pick up with 2 taken rather than 4. That would have scooted away for a boundary on some outfields. It doesn't on this one. Australia 4 for 104.
And we are without a doubt as are the rest of the world, behind Australia when it comes to that.
Right. Here comes Matt Siver-Brunt, running in from the far end of the ground and pushed away into the offside. Stopped by Wyatt Hodge, and there is no run. So, 13 overs gone. For 104 is the score after 13 overs, with Australia going at 8. So go on.
That was it. That was my point.
Okay, but it is an important point, though, isn't it?
Yeah, because there is. If people started getting comments about their body image and body type and how they looked, I would never be able to forgive myself if I've enabled that or started that. It's more about athleticism and fielding. So if you look at England, they probably leak 15-20 runs in a T20 game, or have done over this Ashes, and Australia probably save 15 or 20 runs in white ball cricket, and that's 40 runs in a game. It's a huge difference.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? It is not just, it's sometimes, we were having this conversation the other night, isn't it? You're sort of, when you're factoring in players on the side, you don't just look at the figures of their primary role. A bowler might take 4 for 30, say, but if they're letting through 30 in an innings, that's an extreme example, but this has been hit with a cross bat down the ground towards Freya Kemp, but no run. She's up inside the circle at mid-on as Sarah Glenn bowls her 3rd over. 4 for 104, so you have to factor all of these things in. Sarah Glenn with the floodlights beaming down is coming into bowl to McGrath, who goes into the leg side, across to the left of Danny Wyatt Hodge, out towards the grass bank to our right, and for 4 runs. And Australia are beginning just to flex muscles out there, I think.
They are indeed, this partnership. They've allowed themselves that moment to just settle, get used to the pace of the surface, and now it's time to accelerate. This Australian team, they'll have learnt lessons that 140, 150 from that T20 World Cup out in Dubai, it's not enough. You've got to go hard, because somebody can just have a day out.
Here comes Sarah Glenn, cruising in. It's dropped short and it's hit back past the bowler. I think this will be 4 more. Long chase for the fielder, can't be stopped. And McGrath is a muscular player. Do you know what I mean by that?
That is a great shot from Talia McGrath, can I just say, because mid-on goes slightly wider from the shot before. This time she comes down the pitch and she just slaps it cross back to the left-hand side of Freya Kemp, and now she gets that change in the field that she wanted. Deep square, cow corner, long on, long off. 2 into the leg side if she wants it.
Here comes Sarah Glenn. Around the wicket to bowl to Talia McGrath, who attempts a reverse sweep. Yes, Glenda is the cry from Amy Jones. When was the last Glenda to play for England?
Playing today?
No, don't be silly. McGrath got in a right old tangle there. Here comes Sarah Glenn, nudged into the leg side, out towards the deep, towards square leg. They'll turn for a second, that is not there. As the throw comes in, the scoreboard moves forward to 4 for 113. 15 fours and a 6 in this innings so far. We've got a ball left to the 14th over, Alex Hartley.
We have got a ball left. 14th over.
Should you just say something interesting? I'll just repeat what I've said. Here is the next delivery, which is smacked out towards deep cover from the back foot, as Sutherland moves forward to quite rapid fire, 18 off 10. She'll keep the strike as well. 14 overs gone, 114 before. Have we got anything now, or shall I carry on talking?
Got 10 and over from here, Australia.
Yeah.
You, at the very least, get them another 60, so 174 to be precise, if they went 10 and over from here.
So that would feel quite a lot, I think.
And then England without the Lauren Bell at the death, potentially.
Oh, yes.
She's not come back on the field.
Wait, how many overs has she bowled as well? Let's make a little note.
2, I think.
All of these things, she's bowled 2 overs. Admittedly, I've gone for 25 runs so far, so she's quite expensive, but she is death bowler. So we've got Freya Kemp, who's still got 2 left. She's going to bowl now. Eccleston's got 2 left.
They've only got 6 bowlers, so you're going to have to find the 2 overs from the remaining 5. Oh, she's out there. She's back out.
Okay. Here is Freya Kemp. And Sutherland launches into the leg side, but she's not got the elevation. Fielder underneath it with the safe hands, takes the catch. It's Sophia Dunkley at square leg. And Kemp strikes for the first ball of the 15th over. Sutherland won't pass her highest T20 score. She's gone for 18. And Australia 5 down for 114.
Well, she's picked a fielder out in the deep again, Sutherland. Slightly full of this from Freya Kemp. She's looking to whip the ball into the leg side, drags it around the corner to Sophia Dunkley, who takes a pretty simple catch. And Annabelle Sutherland looked like she was building a decent partnership with McGrath there, and England, as they have done throughout this innings, have taken wickets at key moments.
So England strike to get a 5th. And Sutherland's stay, and enterprising as it was, 18 from 11, comes to an end. And here comes Grace Harris.
I can't lie, I forgot about Grace Harris. I thought it was Georgia Wareham coming in.
There's always somebody else. There's always another.
Not another one.
I know. So Grace Harris, who's played now for 10 years for this Australian side. I remember she played the final T20 of the 2015 Women's Ashes, Cardiff, I think.
That was before I even debuted. My career's been and gone.
I know, in that
Still
time.
playing.
Yeah.
Good on her. Strike rate of 155, let's call it.
The highest T20 international score, 64 not out. Powerful Queenslander waiting.
Compete. Deep in her crease she is.
Freya Kemp round the wicket.
Oh yes, Kempy.
It's defended by Harris. Here we go. Dave from Hamilton. Good day to you both. Missed the start due to under-12s cricket training. Kids again are cheering for Talia McGrath. Stick to your guns, Alex, with your criticisms.
Criticisms is good. Criticism. Depends how many I'm criticising.
Freya Kemp bowls to Grace Harris, and she'll get a run as it bounces over the head of the England bowler, who ends up in a bit of a heat. 115 now for Australia, 5 down. P.S. My mother-in-law's name is Glenda.
There you go. She ever played cricket for Australia?
Or England?
Oh yeah.
Question 04679202222. Greg says, how many people enjoying the Glenn to McGrath call? Well, certainly me. Really enjoyed that. Freya Kemp rushing into bowl once more around the wicket, and this is sliced towards backward point towards Charlie Dean. England's ground fielding's been better tonight, I think.
Yeah, it has. It has. It's almost like they've come out and gone, right, prove a point.
The email, edwardtms@bbc.co.uk. England's main problem is psychology, the mental fitness, fielding athleticism, and fine against most teams. When things start going wrong, they go very wrong. Down the leg side, well, that is very wrong, and that's going to be 5 wides. It's a filthy ball from Freya Kemp, who turns on her heel, the 19-year-old, and will have to trudge back to her mark with 5 added to the Australian total. And now stands at 5 for 120.
She says something on the telly that we know what she said if you saw it, but you can't possibly say on the radio. But she's bowled well tonight, but that was wayward, really wayward from Freya Kemp. Gets 5 wides for it to Australia, but doesn't really affect her figures all that much because she has bowled so well. She's got 1 for 19 off 2.4.
Here's Kemp again. And McGrath is rather cramped for room. That's a good ball, good follow-up. 1 pushed into the offside. 1-2-1 on the board, 5 down. Alex in the office has sorted us out here. According to an online source, only 2 women called Glenda have played international cricket. Glenda Hall for Australia in the 1980s. And Glenda Menezes, who currently, as you know full well, represents Kuwait.
Yes.
Oh, there's a bug on the table. Here is Kemp bowling to Harris. Will get a single out to deep cover. End of the over comes. 1-2-2 on the board, 5 down. There's a little beetle crawling across the table. I'm going to get out of the way, not because of that.
No, scaredy cat.
Yeah, I'll stop
Scaredy cat. Don't know what you're looking at.
Alex Hartley there, providing all the insight you could possibly ever need. Thank you, Alex. In a moment, you'll be joined by Aaron.
This is ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
for some absolute chaos with Alex Hartley.
Me? Never.
You're a bad influence.
Tell you what I am looking forward to, is seeing the Australia Test squad at the innings break.
Looking forward to that in particular. Heather Graham floating around, possibly could be an inclusion.
Georgia Voll, is she going to be involved?
Surely. Charlie Dean continuing from the southern end. Australia 5 for 122, so England much better tonight after the 57-run loss at the SCG. Just waiting for the host broadcaster here. Harris on 2, McGrath on 22, and touched on it earlier, Alex. It's Grace Harris's 50th game tonight. Best strike rate in the world in T20 cricket, 154.
Oh, good.
Insane. Dean bowls to Harris. It's full and loopy. Dug in, straight back to the bowler, no run.
It's well bowled that from Charlie Dean. It's full straight out of pads, giving her no room to get underneath it. Almost like Yorker length.
She has been targeted by the Australians through the series, but it's been a great night so far. 2 for 19. This is the final over of the innings. Bowls to Harris. Slower delivery. Drops into the slot. Caught on the half volley by Harris for 6. Slog sweep into the eastern bank. Monstrous shot from Grace Harris.
Well, not often. Well, many dots at Grace Harris, and when you do, you've got to capitalise. You've got to make sure the next one counts. This one slightly more in the slot from Charlie Dean, and it goes the distance with the slog sweep. One bounce nearly into the crowd, but not quite.
Harris moves to 8. The Aussies 5 for 128. How does Dean respond? Straight delivery, faster. Hits her on the pads, big shout. Eloise Sheridan not convinced. Quick leg by. Direct hit at the shy of the stumps at the bowler's end. Would have caused a run out for Grace Harris, but missed by Lauren Bell. And now Heather Knight discusses a possible review.
I think this
Alex?
is out. Yeah, they've gone upstairs. Heather Knight's just gone upstairs now.
Right on the buzzer.
Here on the stump mic saying, yeah, we'll have a look.
It's fruitful last time.
Third umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision was not out. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on vision, please?
Grace Harris on 8 at the moment. This will be the 6th wicket for the Aussies if it falls.
I think this is close.
Right arm over, straight delivery. In line.
Thank you.
Bouncing at the knee roll
Ball
of
and bat
Grace
are
Harris, who
pretty close
drops
to each
down.
other. Can we confirm with ultra edge, please?
Leg stump.
Out. It's not bouncing over, is it?
Thank you.
She's dropped down, so it has me
Ball on
convinced
the
that
left.
it's hitting.
Keep rolling it through. Thank you. Ball is past the bat. There's a flat line. Can we go to ball tracker when ready, please?
Big
No
moment
worries.
in the series. England eyeing their first
Standing by for
victory
ball tracker.
down under in the last 2 series. This would be a big step
Thank you.
towards it.
Original decision was not out. Pitching in line. Impact is in line. And wickets are umpire's call. Eloise, I'll get you to stick with your original decision not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
It's a good chunk of the ball as well. Nearly almost half of it across the seam, but not enough to overrule Eloise Sheridan's decision.
Well, they keep the review, which is a positive for England there. So when Charlie Dean says it's closer than it looks, she was absolutely right.
McGrath now on strike. Dean bowls to her. Premeditated reverse sweep. Hit her on the pad. Faint shout from Jones. No one went with it. Dot ball.
That one is going down from Charlie Dean. A little bit of a change in field here with that reverse sweep. McGraw's actually played it twice tonight and not got hold of either one. Been hit on the pads both times. So it's just something to keep an eye out there for Charlie Dean.
Tight offside in the circle. McGrath comes down the track. Pushes it just past Dean, who dives to her left. But we do have Kemp waiting. Eccleston rather waiting down at long on. So just the single on offer. McGrath moves to 23. The Aussies 5 for 130.
A big ball this for Charlie Dean. Last one of her spell. What are all these bugs?
There has been a few mods tonight, hasn't there? Just mentioned it. Great pitch there, though. Love the range. Dean bowling to Harris. Leans forward. Works into the onside that's open at the moment. Darting across from Cow Corner. White Hodge restricts it to 2. Harris moves to 10. The Aussies 5 for 132 at the end of the 16th. And as Talia McGrath just asked, are you good, Alex?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Dean, well bowled tonight. 2 for 28 from her. And a massive 6 from Grace Harris, the second ball of that last over. So always look at that. Take 6 off that. Oh, these bugs are like...
Is that?
Yeah, I don't know, but they look like...
Never seen a bug like
they
this
could hurt.
before.
There's one on my chair. If I sit down now, I'm going to squash the poor thing.
Quite terrifying. It's
almost suffocate
like a
it.
flying cockroach.
It is, isn't it?
Oh, and it's gone somewhere.
Exactly what it is. Oh, I turned it upside down. It's on my piece of paper.
The chaos of the ABC Sport Box.
Go back out the window.
Speaking of, Ted doesn't seem to mind from Brisbane on the text line. Says, love your commentary, love Alex's voice. What else have we got here? Colleen and Tim. We love ABC cricket, keeping us going. Eccleston bowls to McGrath, full on the pads, and worked down ahead the 9 at mid-off, no run.
I'll tell you what the matchup I want to see is Sophie Eccleston versus Grace Harris.
Best bowler versus best hitter.
Just how will Grace Harris play Eccleston?
McGrath on 23, 17th over here. Across the off stump, McGrath drops down and sweeps through square leg, chases on from Dunkley, but it's a fast outfield and it'll get there for 4. McGrath moves to 27. The Aussies 5 for 136 in the 17th.
I'll tell you what, Sophie Eccleston won't necessarily mind that because McGrath played it a couple of times in the previous game. Square leg was up. She went right outside the off stump to heave the ball past square leg and then eventually got bowled by, I guess, trying to second guess what Eccleston's trying to do.
Eccleston to McGrath again, in from the northern end. It's full and sliced straight to point. Good fielding from Siva Brunt, no run. It's amazing that Talia McGrath can bat at number 6 for Australia. And 7 during the ODIs.
She's been 3, she's been 4. She's
Tremendous
5.
depth on offer. Luxury of choices. Eccleston to McGrath, slow across the off stumps, took a step forward, back foot may have been planted. Jones thinks she may have got her on the stumping. And we'll head upstairs to check.
I think this one's a close one. You never know with how England are here. The captain, wicket keeper, bowler, do they think it's out?
Third umpire to director. We have an umpire referral for a stumping. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Could we go to your first side on angle, please?
It was the faintest of skips forward from McGrath. She wasn't too far out of her crease. Enough that if she did have the quick reflexes to get back, she could.
Ball is taken behind the stumps. Out. Nice and slow.
Photo finish. I reckon she's in.
Thank you. Can you go to the other side?
How about the stretch as well? Front foot could meet her out of the crease.
Thank you. Just nice and slow.
It's a tight one.
Just bring it back to frame.
Toes in.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Now forward there, thank you. I'm satisfied that the batter has made their ground before the bails are broken. I'm ready to make my decision.
McGrath will survive. The Aussies roll on here at Manuka Oval. Not out. Australia 5 for 136. McGrath's on 27 at the moment, with Grace Harris on 10 at the other end.
Good over this for Sophie Eccleston so far, just 4 coming off it. Just 14.
Eccleston to McGrath, yorks it. Chipped in, bit of a shout whether it hit the toe first or the bat. Rolls to backward point, quickly fielded by Glenn. Ben Treloar not convinced either. Deep fielders at the moment for the right-hander. We've got a cover, long off, long on and mid-wicket.
Probably going down anyway, but it might have been toe first, you know.
Just the 4 from the over. 1 to come for Eccleston in the 17th. McGrath premeditated a rant, didn't get enough as she bangs it into her body. Quick single. Harris wanted it immediately, despite the fact that Glenn was waiting to pounce, and they get through. Throw at the bowler's end, no good. 5 for 137 Australia after being sent in at the end of the 17th. McGrath on 28 and Harris on 10. Aaron Bryans and Alex Hartley with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Do you keep up to date with the tennis, Alex?
No.
That's very broad.
But you can keep everybody else up to date with the tennis.
Well, the story at the moment in the women's semi-final, Paula Badosa broke the 2-time defending champion number 1 seed Aryna Sabalenka early. It was up to 3 games to love, and now it's 5-3 Sabalenka's way. So crazy turnaround. Looks like the top seed's going to take the first set. We'll keep you up to date with that. The text line is always 0467 920 222. Here is Sarah Glenn from the southern end, bowling to McGrath, steps across the leg stump, look for a big hit. Missed time, but it is a wide. Australia 5 for 138.
I don't mind this from Sarah Glenn, coming around the wicket to McGrath with deep square, cow corner, long on, long off. So she's trying to just cramp her for room. She can only get hit into the leg side. All cover fielders up.
Linda McGrath plants her feet, look to play down finally, got enough off the pad as it rolls down, and they race through for a single. Harris desperate to get on strike, and we'll get there. In game 50, she's on 10. Australia 5 for 139.
And back over the wicket now for Sarah Glenn, who's just going to keep those stumps in play. Watch out if you're in the crowd.
Glenda Harris steps down the track, meets it full with a clubbing shot. It was heavy. Down towards long on the bounce to Freya Kemp. Clean take on the half volley. And just the single. Harris moves to 11. 5 for 140.
Oh, I love Grace Harris. Just turns to Sarah Glenn and goes, well bowled. Cheeky little full toss, well bowled.
Loves some lip. Good banter between the two. Glenn gets Tali McGrath once again on 29. Slower delivery, bit of a change of pace. Heads down the leg side, another wide as McGrath happy to leave it through to Jones. 5 for 141.
Tight that one, you reckon?
I thought it was just going over leg stump, but we are on a bit of an angle here. Glenda McGrath steps across the off stump, unleashes with a pull shot through square leg, but it keeps low. Bounces to the fielder in the deep, and they just take a single as it's thrown in front of the Fingleton scoreboard. Grada 30, Australia 5 for 142.
Yes, Glennie!
Sarah Glenn out for a diamond duck on Monday. Get to hope, well, for England's sake, hopefully we won't see her with the bat later, but if we do, see if she can make amends. Goes to McGrath, steps forward, catches it on the half volley, but straight up, down, along on, and too high for Freya Kemp. Over the rope for 6.
Just for a moment there, Freya Kemp looked like she was settled, she was watching the ball, it looked like she was going straight to her, but it went straight over her head for 6. It's a great shot from Grace Harris.
Thunderous blow.
Yeah, just comes down the pitch, meets it, and as you say, thumps it down the ground. Harris is literally telling the ball, go, go, go.
Australia 5 for 148. Glenda Harris once again steps forward, slog sweep, bullet through mid-wicket and over the head of Whitehodge. A little faint hop in the air, but never a chance. Back-to-back 6s for Grace Harris, who moves to 17 from 9. Australia motoring on at the back end of their innings.
Yeah, that's the right word. Australia just motoring now. They know when it's time to go. Grace Harris just says, okay, time for me to have some fun. That was a monster 6 from Grace Harris, 75 metres, and it was flat the whole way. Sarah Glenn under pressure here.
Onside remains open. Glenn to Harris, leans in, pushes to point, and an emphatic no. Never a chance as it trickled its way to Siva Brunt, and that wraps up the 18th. Harris is on 23, McGrath now on strike on 30. Australia 5 for 154 after being sent in. Pushed towards that 180 mark.
Well, it just shows in T20 cricket it takes 1 over to change a game. 17 runs coming off that over. Australia have got themselves up to 154 with 2 overs left. They can still get that 175 from here. And you would think on a surface like this, with the world-class spinners that Australia have got, with England's, I guess, how they haven't gone against the Australian spinners, it'll be a tough ask for them.
Felt like it was pretty level pegging, but that over has changed the momentum a fair bit. Sophie Eccleston continuing from Henry Moran's favourite pool end.
It's got a favourite end.
He seemed to like it earlier.
Like the pool end.
Hasn't gone for a swim though, has he?
No, it'd be too cold for him.
Be used to it out in England, right?
Yeah, it's warmer than home.
McGrath on strike on 30, full toss, swatted. Down towards cow corner, fielders converge and don't prevent the boundary. It was almost an unnecessary dive from Kemp, who flung her chest on top of it, shot to the back, and wasn't able to reel it in by Maya Bouchier.
Well, I actually thought Freya Kemp did a pretty good job there until the ball went for 4. Full length dive, just bobbles over her body, and 2 of them end up sprawled over the boundary rope.
So a 4 for Talia McGrath. Eccleston to her, catches it forward on the bounce. Through square leg, Bouchier was waiting down at cow corner and can't get there to stop the 4 as it rattles its way over the rope. Talia McGrath with consecutive boundaries moves to 34 with Australia, 5 for 158.
She always bowls the tough overs to Sophie Eccleston, and this is the risk, isn't it? When Australia are going, they're getting pumped. They just manipulate the field so well. The first ball was a poor ball from Eccleston. That one, not much wrong with it, but Talia McGrath with square leg up. She just steps outside that off stump and shovels the ball, and it brings the change in field. It brings what she wants. Sophie Eccleston's going to have to change her angle of attack here.
So now a deep backward square.
She does. She comes over the wicket.
5 for 162 as the scoreboard ticks over. Stepping forward, McGrath. Cover drive, misfield. And a roll to the rope for 4. Punched it straight to Wyatt Hodge, who immediately is apologetic to Sophie Eccleston, head in hands. The frustration of England's fielding strikes again. Australia 5 for 166.
Well, England have been so much better than the previous games in the field today, but just at the back end of this innings there's been a few mistakes, and we were talking about England leaked 15-20 runs in an innings. Australia saved those runs. England are starting to leak here.
Eccleston and McGrath steps forward, clubs it on the half volley. It's sitting up down at long off and put down. Sliding on her knees, Charlie Dean. Just hasn't put it in the basket. It was chest height, had time to get there. And McGrath gets the life on 42 and takes the double for it.
Well, an expensive over for Eccleston. There's a simple opportunity for Charlie Dean, who puts it down.
Eccleston and McGrath beaten down the offside.
Oh, bold. Good comeback.
Consolation prize, 5 for 168.
Tell you what, if I'd have been sat on the desk for that drop catch, I'd have been out the window. A water bottle nearly was, and then I realised that there's people sat down there.
That'd be a bit of a shock. Eccleston to McGrath, rocks back, carves it through, point down to the rope for 4, and it's getting ugly now at Manica. Australia 5 for 172 in the 19th. At the end of the 19th, McGrath just poleaxing her way towards the half century. She's 2 away from it. 18
runs coming off that over. So the previous over 17, that over 18. And Australia, they've been kept quiet throughout this innings so far. England have been very, very good. They've been at a higher standard than we've seen throughout this series so far. But Australia, they're weird and they're wonderful and they're powerful. And they've got Australia up to a very good total here with 6 balls to go.
Never say die. 35 runs off the last 2 overs. And suddenly it becomes a tough task for England. Fielding changes aplenty. We get to see Lauren Bell return after possibly could have been some vertigo earlier. Deep fielders for the right-hander. We've got cover, backward point, mid-wicket and a long on. Bell bowls down the offside, 2 wide. Swing and a miss from Harris through to Jones, but they'll get the sundry, 5 for 173.
35 off the 18th and 19th overs consecutively. It's a big blow.
Australia win tonight. They win the series outright. England obviously hopeful of repeating the 2023 efforts and coming back and tying the series. The T20 and a test to come. Harris on 23. Bell bowls straight. Harris looks to go big. Leading edge that rolls down third. Over the head of Eccleston. Be taken in the deep by Dean. Get through for a couple.
Talia McGrath has just gone, Grace Harris wants 3. Got it now, and she just walked to the other end and gone, mate, you're the best striker in the world.
Hey.
You got 5 balls, mate.
5 for 175 of the Aussies. Harris is on 25. McGrath is closing in on a half century, but it's Grace Harris's night, her 50th game. 17th Australian to do so in this format. I think Talia McGrath would just be happy for another victory. The stand-in skipper. Lauren Bell with figures of none for 28 from her 13 deliveries tonight. Onside relatively open. Bell bowls. Harris leans across a wider delivery, asking the question, and it's not paid.
Well, that's a wide.
Significantly wider than the first ball of this over, but will be a dot instead.
Lauren Bell. I love that for Lauren Bell. She's walking to the top of her mark going, ooh, got away with that one.
The cheers from the Monica crowd, predominantly Australian as you'd expect. That's well across the tram line. England need everything to go their way. 4 to come in the innings for Australia, 5 for 175. Bell to Harris, catches it in the slot. Lofted drive over extra cover, couple of bounces to the rope for 4. Harris moves to 29, Australia 5 for 179 with 3 to go.
Well, I've got a stat about Sophie Eccleston's final over. Conceding 8 runs is the most expensive over of her international T20 career.
That's incredible for how much she's played. Incredible death bowling. 8 is your worst. Harris on 29. Bell marches away from the southern end. It's full. Beats Harris. He leant into it across the off stump.
I love her.
Amazing commentary.
I love her so much. Do you know what? We could just listen to her. She'll commentate her own way through this last over.
We'll send her some of the match fee rather. 2 to come in the 20th. So McGrath's on 48 at the other end. Does Harris take a single here? Or just go big? Five for 179, a partnership of 65 runs. Bell marches in, right arm over the wicket. Premeditated ramp, catches it flush, Harris. Down fine leg for 4.
Well, Grace Harris told herself to watch the ball. That time she definitely did that. Gets into position early, up and over that left shoulder. Great shot from Grace Harris, just manipulating the field. There was a change in field on the offside for those wide Yorkers that Lauren Bell had been bowling. She knows what's coming, and she counteracts with a boundary.
Coming up in the innings break, we're going to chat to the Cricket ACT CEO, Olivia Thornton, as well. Give you some scores from the Australian Open and the NBL. Run through some of your texts as well. Final ball of the Australia innings. Bell bowls to Harris on 33. On drive, down to Kemp, waiting on the rope. They'll run through for 2. McGrath was too slow getting back, but the throw is incredibly soft coming into Jones, and they get home. Australia 5 for 185 after being sent in. Harris will finish on 35 from 17, and McGrath on 48. 186 for victory for England if they're to notch their first win in this Ashes series. Australia looking to career towards a whitewash for the second consecutive home tour. 186, Alex Hartley.
Yeah, it could be a match-winning partnership that between those two at the death. Grace Harris, Talia McGrath, outstanding. It was that 35 runs off the 18th, 19th over that have changed the game. It's normally a bowler's graveyard here in Canberra. However, this surface seems to have had a little bit in it. So whether or not the Australian spinners can get as much out of the surface, it's almost like that stoppy wicket we saw from the England spinners managing just to slow things down a little bit. Will get easier, or should get easier, to chase under lights, which is exactly why Heather Knight won the toss and elected to bowl. But for me, that partnership at the end, that's the key.
Thoughts of Alex Hartley for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport and BBC 5 Sports Extra. Just run through the call of the card in a moment's time. So you can hear the frustration of Alex walking away. Just the runs that were leaked late. Unfortunate for England, who looked like they were going to make a game of this one, and they still can, but more of an uphill battle than what it was before in the middle of Australia's innings. So call of the card after being sent in, Australia. Beth Mooney making 44 from 31 at the top of the order. It was Georgia Vole, the first wicket to fall in the 5th, who was just watching on the Beth Mooney show for the majority of the early stages of Australia's campaign. Vole departing for 5 from 5 deliveries, run out off a quick single that she wasn't really closing in on alongside Beth Mooney. First wicket fell Australia, 1 for 47. Mooney would then depart for 44 a few overs later, with the bowling of Sophie Eccleston stumped by Amy Jones, taking a couple of steps forward. So 44 from 31, Beth Mooney now has a combined 119 from the last 2 T20s. Incredible stepping in the absence of Alyssa Healy at the top order. Elise Perry would make a quick cameo, 2 from 7 before she was caught by Maya Bouchier off the bowling of Charlie Dean. Australia 3 for 74 at that stage in the 10th and would lose another wicket a couple of balls later, as we would see Phoebe Litchfield depart for 17 from 15. Annabelle Sutherland was then dropped on 1 in the 11th, but would depart for 18 a few overs later in the 15th. Australia 5 for 114 at that stage, and you thought, gee, England's right in this. And suddenly the Grace Harris and Talia McGrath show erupted, careering Australia towards 5 for 185 after Grace Harris survived the DRS shout on 8. Talia McGrath was dropped on 42. Harris finished on 35 and McGrath on 48. The bowling figures for England: Freya Kemp 1 for 21 from 3. Lauren Bell none for 38 from 3. Charlie Dean 2 for 28 from 4. Nat Siva-Brunt none for 23 from 2. Sophie Eccleston 1 for 33 from 4, and Sarah Glenn none for 39 from 4. England making their way out. Their 2 opening batters out in the middle, chasing 186 for victory. We'll see Maya Bouchier and Danny White-Hodge combining. Australia ready to go in the field as well. 8-0 they lead this Ashes campaign. England eyeing off their first victory of the season. A quick score check in the Australian Open before I switch over to Henry Moran. Aryna Sabalenka won the first set over Paola Badosa 6-4 and leads the second 4-1. So it could be a pretty comfortable victory for the top seed. In the NBL tonight, the Taipans in action playing against the Hawks. Cairns leads by a point in the last quarter. And the text line, as always, 0467 920 222 if you do want to get in touch with us across the night. We've got Michelle Goscoe here, Aaron Bryans, Alex Hartley, and of course Henry Moran from the BBC. Always love having his company on ABC Sport. Here we go. England chasing 186 for victory.
Possible, unlikely. How will they get on? Brutal hitting at the back end of the Australia innings with those 48 runs coming from the final 3 overs. Good luck, everybody. So, that is the state of play. And I think that it is fair to say, Gotti, this is going to take quite the effort from England to get close. Megan Schutt, the leading wicket taker in women's T20 international history, is going to open the bowling from the far end of the ground, with England needing to get a bit of a wiggle on, I think it is fair to say.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, they just, the wheels fell off a little bit at the back end here, but this is crucial here for England, this first wicket.
Here comes Schutt, and Bouchier edges past short third. Kim Garth bustling down towards the boundary below us, where a gentleman in a orange high-vis is waiting, and a couple of runs are taken. England 2 without loss. We've got news of the Australian Test squad for the Test match at the MCG. Alyssa Healy is named in the squad, but as a batter only. It's the same squad as the ODIs. Ash Gardner continuing to be assessed daily with that calf injury. Here comes Schutt to bowl to Bouchier, and half an appeal for LBW. Nothing doing there. And so, 2 without loss. Bouchier and White-Hodge were out for ducks in the last game.
Yeah, it's hasn't really worked, has it, this first wicket partnership, and Bouchier's just found it a little bit tough on this tour. The stats don't say that. They say that she's a good player.
She is. Fine player. Here is Schutt bowling to Bouchier, who clips a lot of bottom hand to the leg side, and there will be a single taken. It's one of those where, I think it's a sort of wider issue, isn't it, where you don't quite know how good you are as a team or a player until you face the world's best.
Yeah.
Australia are the best.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it is, anyone who watches women's cricket, they know when you play Australia, you are getting the best. And, unfortunately for Australia, not in that last World Cup, but, to be fair, there is a little bit of a drop-off sometimes against the other nations.
Here comes next delivery, which is defended into the onside by Danny White-Hodge, who edged to slip first ball after bowling of Kim Garth in the game at the SCG. It was a memorable game here for England's women to level up the series in 2017, when Danny White-Hodge scored 100 exactly of 57 balls, 13 fours, 2 sixes. She's going to get a single into the onside to get her run scoring up and running. And England are 3 without loss
Well, Danny White-Hodge's been around.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, Danny White-Hodge has been around for a very long time. I actually played against her when she came to Sydney before she played for England. And she played for Northern Districts. I was still running around in grade cricket for Sydney. She actually scored 100 against us that day.
In comes Shoot, and Boucher advancing forward, punches towards Phoebe Litchfield at cover, and there'll be no run. End of the first over, and the score stands at 4 without loss, chasing 186.
Yeah, and she obviously went well on that tour. A number of English players have come to Sydney and played, or in Australia, and then went back, and then 12 months later she was in the English side. So she knows Australian conditions quite well. Obviously played a lot in the WBBL as well.
So Kim Garth, who's had a really good series, is going to be bowling to White-Hodge. Then down below us, with dark all around this ground, which is a little oasis lit up in the southern part of this extraordinary wide, streeted, roaded, whatever you want to say, boulevarded.
It's great.
City. I really like Canberra. It gets a little bit of a bad rep. People say it's a bit boring. I'm not having it.
No, you can park. There's plenty of parks, and you know.
I've got to say that's not the first thing that when you say
I'm from Sydney.
Here comes Kim Garth, bowling to White-Hodge, who comes forward and flays the ball over the offside and gets 4 runs. I fancy Fielder running around, can't stop it. Megan Schutt's quick, but she can't get there, and it goes square out towards the Australia dugout, and she likes targeting that part of the ground, White-Hodge.
Yeah, really good shot there. Just let her hands through the ball and went backward a point there. It's going to be 4 all the way. 178 off 113, so yeah, you don't want to get too far behind the 8 ball here. That little flurry from Australia really pushed it up a fair weight.
Really did. So Garth running into bowl to White-Hodge and defended into the onside towards Alana King.
Uh-oh, Henry. There might be a little bit of rain coming.
Oh, don't. What do you mean, where?
Well, I don't know. From somewhere I just had some information that rain's a little bit far away, a little bit, 20 minutes or so.
Well,
I'm going to say from near the pool end.
Okay, well, we need to get 5 overs to constitute a match. So we're 1.2 overs in, and they'll want to do that. And they won't want to mess about. Kim Garth pushes off and runs in past the umpire to bowl to Danny White-Hodge. It's banged in short, and she tries to chase the ball and can't get anything on it. I mean, of course, if the game is washed out, and we're quite far from that, let's be honest, but if it were to be, it would be a point on the board for England.
Yeah, it would be.
But it would also secure the Ashes for a victory for Australia.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough to sort of hopefully be washed out anyway. I think there's a little flurry of rain sort of coming, but you would want to be a weather person, wouldn't you? You can be wrong and everyone's happy.
Yeah.
Like 50-50, it's a 10% chance of rain. I might say I'm a 10% chance of being right here in this commentary box today.
You're 100% chance of being right, always. White-Hodge angles the ball down towards deep third, and Schutt runs around really so quickly. They're going to push for a second. Great running between White-Hodge and Boucher for 2. That's excellent work. I'm not sure the ACT Tourist Board, as I'm on one hand saying it's a brilliant place to come to, and you see it's not, and I'm trying to say it's not boring at all in your response, because
it's not boring.
Yes, there's parking.
There's plenty of parking. The streets are so wide. If you go into sort of Newtown, inner Sydney, you understand.
Oh, yeah.
Like, oh yeah, I get it.
I do. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
In comes Kim Garth. Keeper standing up to the stumps, and White-Hodge hits that away murderously out through cover for 4. It's a great shot from Danny White-Hodge. And England will be thinking about the DLS par as well. That's the other thing to consider. Because if there is rain, that's going to be a factor in all of this. But that was a lovely piece of timing from White-Hodge, who does like that part of the ground.
Yeah, really good shot there. Held her shape nicely there. There's only 2 fielders outside the ring. In the ring in the power play, obviously, down at fine and third. Actually, their third's quite square as well. So, but that was nowhere near the fielders. It was always going to be 4.
Well, they're ahead of the DLS at the moment, which is 12. England are on 14. I mean, these are sort of very small details, but it's worth keeping half an eye on.
It is a great place, Canberra, though.
Yeah.
I've been here about 40 times.
Have you?
Yeah.
I love it. I think there's a real sense of I don't know, it feels as though there's things happening.
It's educational here. So a lot of kids in Sydney, they'll do a trip to Canberra because there's Parliament House, the War Memorial. There's lots of things there where you're sort of learning a lot. So
we went to the Museum of Australia today.
There you go.
Yeah,
did you learn a lot there?
I did. I learned a huge amount, actually. It was really interesting. Here is Kim Garth. It's a bowl to Danny White-Hodge, and this is in the air, but it's going to beat the fielder at backward point. There was a cry of catch from Beth Mooney behind the stumps, but it goes to the right of Sutherland at backward point, and it'll be a single. So the score, it's been a good start this from England, 15 without loss, chasing that target of 186. In terms of the hill that England are climbing to try and chase down, well, it is not exactly history on their side. Teams that have batted first at Marnica Oval in Women's T20 International. Scores over 150. They've seen 6 wins, 1 loss and 1 tie. Scores under 150, 1 win, 7 losses. So if you get past that 150, you really are much more likely to win. That's quite a crucial landmark. And it took England that 56-ball century, I should say, from Danny White-Hodge to chase 179 in 2017. That's the only win chasing over 150.
Well, there you go. Well, I think Australia has worked out this pitch and they've gone to spin. So Alana King coming in to the action now, only in the 3rd over. So I understand it's skidding on a little bit now from the pace bowler, so it's actually made it a little bit easier for batting. So it might just hold up a little bit here for Alana King.
We've got this Duckworth Lewis par score in front of us. That sheet. That's White-Hodge will look for a single into the offside. Can't find it. Can't beat the fielder at backward point.
You have to be so smart to come up with this. Like, you lose a wicket, then it goes up by a certain amount. I don't understand it.
I know. I learned something great about the Duckworth Lewis method recently. As this is swept in the air. Oh, it's just going to beat Grace Harris, but she's chasing after it for all she's worth. She's going to dive and can't quite save it. A collision of Harris and rope will eventually see 4 onto the scoreboard for England, as that was swept hard by White-Hodge, moving to 16 off 10. And that little nugget of information, it was actually on a podcast with Jeff Lemon, who's a name we know well.
Yes.
And apparently, when Messrs Duckworth and Lewis finally got the equation they needed, here comes King into bowl. This is outside the off stump. It's going to be 4 more. It's a poor ball, that outside that off stump, and White-Hodge can chase it, angle it down towards deep 3rd and get 4 more. This is good.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely. And it just got stuck in the hand there a little bit. That was well outside the train track lines that the umpires use. Nicely worked away from Danny White-Hodge. She has got her cranky pants on tonight. It's a nice pitch to bat on once you get yourself in.
Well, she knows that better than most.
Yep, absolutely. You take that confidence too. You sort of go back to again, all right, I know how to score runs here.
23 without loss. King to bowl to White-Hodge. And she's going to look for that part of the ground again. She can't find the gap, though. It's stopped by Garth. So, yes, so when it was all being worked out in the 90s, I think it was the 90s, and I think it was Frank Duckworth that was on holiday in Hawaii, of all places, and he came up with the theory, cracked it between he and his colleague, down the leg side, that'll be wide. 1 more to the score, 24 without loss, chasing 186. And quickly got in touch with home. And before coming up with the name of Duckworth Lewis, it was very nearly called the Waikiki formula. White-Hodge won't find a run there as it's tapped without timing into the offside towards Vole. And so this could not be a DLS pass score, it could be a Waikiki done.
Well, that sounds better.
Wouldn't that be fun?
It would be much better, because you've got to duck. You don't want to duck in cricket. Duckworth.
Oh, yeah, good point. White-Hodge pumels the ball out towards Wareham at deep mid-wicket, and a single will be taken to give White-Hodge the strike. And the score after 3 overs, 25 without loss. So on our little sheet here, so with what we've got here, with overs bowled, that is 1 over. So we've had 2 overs bowled now, that the par score is at 13 and England are at 25. So at the end of the next over, that'll be at 20. Or if we had 3 overs, we had 3 overs, forgive me, 20. So England are 5 runs ahead of the par score. If they lose a wicket, that would shift that. But that is where we are at the moment. So England are just ahead of the game. It's a little bit of a guide. It's not exact, but it is a guide.
Well, hopefully it doesn't rain and it sort of just scoots past Monaco Oval. Record crowd in here tonight. It is buzzing downstairs. Women's Ashes Test squad. Interesting that Elisa Healy's listed as a batter only. I saw her on the flight today and she had the big moon boot on.
Yeah.
So maybe just preparing herself to play as a batter only.
161 runs needed off 102 deliveries as Megan Schutt is preparing to bowl to Danny Whitehodge, who's been the aggressor so far. She's 21 of 14 balls. She waits now and is going to clip the ball into the leg side for 1. It'll get Bouchier onto strike.
You've got Beth Mooney with gloves in hand, and you'd expect that she'd have them on for the Test match. So
she's a very good keeper.
Yeah, she's fantastic. You don't want to miss its history to be made at the MCG.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? And it'll be fascinating to see the crowds and how it all works. As Megan Schutt runs it again past the umpire over the wicket, and big appeal for LBW, and the interest is pretty much exclusively from Mooney, and Schutt turned on her heel, wasn't that up for it? And I think that was possibly an inside edge.
It was a good appeal though, wasn't it? You must go to appeal school as an umpy, as a wicket keeper, and you have to practice your appeal. You got Nathan Lyon, he does it with one knee down, and King does the same sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You reckon they must practice in front of the mirror?
Schutt bowls and Bouchier whips across the line out towards deep backward square leg for a single. England move to 27 without loss.
I reckon you'd be in a polite appealer. So how was that, sir?
Yeah, I think the key is you don't want to appeal too often, because you do it all the time. The umpire's just going to think you're being annoying now. You've got to judge it.
Well, my motto was appeal enough, and then eventually they get annoyed. You just give it out anyway.
Here is Megan Schutt, bowls a full delivery, which is chipped down the ground. It won't be a catch. It's going to be 4. It's nicely plonked over the head of Grace Harris, who's not going to be able to stop it. And England are motoring here. Danny Whitehodge is leading the charge. And England, cranky pants and all, are going along nicely. 31 without loss.
Yep, she's in a mood, isn't she? Just clip that and work that over mid-on. This outfit's just quickened up a little bit as well with the dew on the ground. So, just scooting across for another boundary.
It's been a very good toss to have won for Heather Knight. Schutt bowling to Whitehodge down the leg side. It's going to be more runs. I don't know what it's come off. It doesn't really matter from England's perspective as it goes racing to the fine leg boundary to bring another 4 runs onto the total. And so England at the moment are on course. I mean, that can change very quickly. We've seen that already in this series, but 151 off 97. They're in a good spot, and certainly that DLS par score sheet to my left is encouraging from an England point of view. The start has been a good one.
Yeah, it's a little bit like how the Australian innings started. One end going and the other hasn't faced too many balls.
Schutt bowling to Whitehodge. Oh, what a stop.
It's got to be Grace Harris.
That is absolutely phenomenal. I think that might be Vole. It is. It's the youngster.
Oh, well. Great fielding.
That is astonishing work, isn't it? Diving to her right. And that's what we talk about. It's the intensity.
Yep. Yeah, there's no loose ends here for this.
The 2025 Australian Open. Hear it live and ad-free on ABC Sport Digital, and take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
And it seems like we've lost our coverage down in Canberra for the moment. Hopefully we will get back to Manuka Oval very shortly. England none for 35 in reply to Australia with 185. So at the moment it is Bouchier on 4 and White Hodge on 30. And hopefully we'll get back there very shortly. This is Zane Burgick with you on ABC Sport Grandstand Cricket. And we've just got a bit of a review, actually, for, would you believe it, a deflection off the bowling of Elise Perry onto the stumps. Possibility of White Hodge being run out at the non-striker's end. So I'll try and bring you some details of that. I'll also bring you a couple of tennis scores and see if we can't get our network coverage back in Canberra very, very shortly. So Elise Perry has, the finger is touching the ball. And we're just looking now. The bat goes down late. This might be a wicket for Australia. They might have got their first wicket for tonight. Has she got her fingers on the ball? I think it has touched a finger. So hopefully we'll get our line back very shortly, and we'll be able to take live descriptions with Henry Moran and Michelle Gosgo. Of course, Aaron Bryans down there and Alex Hartley, who's been talking about the English fielding, and it has been dwarfed, hasn't it, by how good the Australian fielding has been. But look, very shortly we will be getting back down there. I'm sure this line will be established very shortly. I think, looking at the replay, I think we're going to see a wicket here. So White Hodge, she has got the bat down, but it's after the ball has hit the stump. So we're waiting. It's not out. No, she's got it down in time. So the score remains none for 35 after 4.1 overs. Bouchier's on 4 and White Hodge is on 30. As I said, Zane Burgick with you in the host studio. Hopefully we will be able to establish this line very shortly. I'll bring you up to date with some scores that have happened at the Australian Open today, including Arina Sabalenka has just beaten Paula Badosa, two good friends going head-to-head in the semi-finals of the Australian Open. And Arina Sabalenka trying to chase a third straight title. Remarkable. Be the first time since Martina Hingis in 97, 98, 99. If she's able to do it, she has won 6-4, 6-2 against Paula Badosa. And in the match that's coming up very shortly on your ABC Listen app, you can listen on ABC Sport Digital. Their live coverage from Melbourne Park, Madison Keys and Iga Swiatek. Of course, Keys the 19th seed, and Iga Swiatek is the number 2 seed. So that's coming up very shortly on Centre Court, and you can listen to that. If of course, if we can't get this line back up, then I tell you what, you got every right to go over there right now if you'd like to. But we will try and establish this line once again. But we might take a couple of promos just for now, and then hopefully we're going to be back very, very shortly with this network line.
The BBL is here.
Catch is taken.
Every match live and uninterrupted on the ABC Listen app.
Smashes this for 6.
Look for the BBL button.
Game on again.
On Hard Quiz, it's not whether you win or lose that matters. It's what you do with your big brass mug when you win.
All new Hard Quiz.
Just kidding. It's how much you win by.
Back Wednesday, January 29 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
All right, well, as we try and get this line back, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to have a listen to the Aussie batting highlights. It's none for 40 at the moment, 4.4 overs down in this English run chase. Of course, Australia leads 8 points to 0. They won the first 3 ODIs and then, of course, won the first T20 that was at the SCG earlier this week. This match being played at Manuka Oval tonight, and then, of course, we move across to the Adelaide Oval on Saturday for the third T20 before a test match next week, which will feature possibly Elisa Hurley, despite the fact that she's got her foot in a moon boot. She has been named in the Australian team. possibility of Georgia Voll making her test debut. Also, possibility that Ash Gardner comes back from a calf complaint. All of those things announced tonight during the innings break in Manica. So it's at the moment England none for 40 in reply to Australia's 185 after 20 overs. And what a great performance it was too by Grace Harris and Talia McGrath to get Australia into that position. 5 for 185 they finished with, and just remarkable the performance by those two. They came together when it was 5 for 114 and of course finished on 5 for 185 with McGrath 48 not out and Grace Harris 35 not out. Let's take in the batting highlights of that first innings as we try and re-establish this line in Canberra.
We're going to see Lauren Bell having a bowl. She's had a good tour, the Tall England fast bowler, and she's going to be running in from in where we're watching on through the window, and this is helped away down the leg side. It's going to head towards the boundary. Let's test this outfield. Sarah Glenn in pursuit will not stop it. It was a little bit of a loose delivery, and thank you very much, says Beth Mooney, as it goes racing down to fine leg. In comes Lauren Bell. Oh, it's a horrible full toss, which has walloped away over mid-wicket, out towards the boundary. I think it'll get there. Maya Boucher's quick, but not that quick. And the ball goes away. It was not a good ball. It was not far away from being a no ball, I would have said. And actually, the signal from Eloise Sheridan is done in such a fashion that it makes it look like she might be signalling a no, but I don't think she is.
I think she did.
Did she?
I thought she did, yeah.
So a free hit with the score at 13 without loss, and Mooney goes hard down the ground over the head of Eccleston for 4 runs. Well, it might yet be 21 without loss after 2 overs.
Sorry.
It's 17 without loss after 1.4.
Got some good news. We've got the line re-established in Canberra. Here we go back again.
Thanks, Zano. Chaos happening on all fronts, but we're back. Eloise Sheridan has pulled the England batters back from the dugout, and play will continue, despite the fact they were desperate to get off Michelle Gosko.
Wow.
Wyatt Hodge slides it through point off the delivery of Sutherland to start the 6th, and they take a single, none for 42, so they were ahead.
I've never seen anything like that. So we saw the lightning from up here, we were really high. Then there was thunder, and obviously the English batters saw it. The rule is you come off for half an hour once there's lightning. They saw it, and they went, no, we're getting off. And the Aussies said it and said, get back.
Sutherland to Boucher, open onside, dinks it in to the offside, straight back to the bowler, no run.
And more importantly, the umpire said, what are you doing? You can't just take off. They're the ones who hold the game. They're the rule makers. So the umpire's decision is final. You can't just take off. And they got the boost from the crowd as well. I mean, that was a big thunder clap as well.
Tremendous flash. I've seen lightning before from afar, but my goodness, that was so bright. Sutherland to Boucher, swing and a miss over the top of middle stump. Then through to the diving keeper. Bethany composed.
I'll tell you what, you don't want to fire up the Aussies though, do you? We're doing that because they were all like in their positions, and the English players were halfway off the field, and they're like, what are you doing? Get back out here. Even the umpires. So
Sutherland to Boucher. Back of her length and rocking back. She slides it through cover point to the rope for 4. And even if the umpires won't let them go, England continues to motor on. Boucher moves to 13. England none for 46 with 2 to come in the 6th over.
That was a wonderful strike there. Nice front foot cut shot. Just backward a square for 4. In their defence, if I saw that too, I'd be like, no, I'm getting off. We're ahead of the run rate required at the moment.
Sutherland and Boucher deep mid-wicket and square leg. She looks to ramp and scoops it straight up and down, and Sutherland gets her caught and bowled. Boucher just dinked it into the air, and she's out for 13. The first England wicket falls, 1 for 46 with a ball to come in the 6th over. And just like that, England loses all momentum.
Oh, dearie me. She looks so distraught at getting out there. The Australians are cock-a-hoop at the moment. Such a simple caught and bowled. Boucher just got all tangled up. She tried to scoop it, and it went absolutely nowhere near the middle of the bat. And it just got the thickish inside edge, and it was well caught there from Annabelle Sutherland, who's not going to take an easier caught and bowled catch in her whole career.
Well, their frustration is now they are behind Duckworth Lewis Stern by a run. So they were ahead when they were basically ran off the ground as a result of a big flash of lightning across the northern end. We heard it as well, the late rumbling coming through. They ran off towards the dugouts. Eloise Sheridan said, no, stop there, come right back. They lose the wicket of Maya Bouchier for 13, and suddenly Australia are on top.
Yeah, it's funny how one wicket can change sort of what's required for that Duckworth-Lewis-Stern. And, yeah, the Australians really celebrated that wicket there. They were pretty, we'll say, annoyed that the English players went off the field. But here's the informed Sophia Dunkley out in the middle.
One day come for Annabelle Sutherland. You mentioned in form. It was an emphatic return. 59 from 30, Sophia Dunkley, after being in and out of this England T20 side in 2024. Sutherland bowls to Dunkley. It's short, pulls, it's in the air, just over the fielder waiting at mid-on. Harris darts back to retrieve it close to the rope, and they take 2. Dunkley's off the mark, 1 for 48 at the end of the 6th, then England back ahead. And Duckworth-Lewis-Stern, if there is any rain or lightning to come. And you know what? There is a pretty thick drizzle now here at Manuka Oval. Always a bit tricky when you're up in the comms box and the lights are on, but chuck the binos on, Gozzy, and you can see a pretty thick kind of mist falling.
Yeah, I'm just looking in between the fly squatters here. Yeah. I mean the lights.
The spatulas?
Yep. And yeah, it's just a mizzle. That's what it kind of is at the moment. It makes it a little bit more difficult for fielding as well. Georgia Wareham coming into the attack, so I like this move here from the skipper, Taylor McGrath. I just saw another flash of lightning, so let's hope that stays away.
Georgia Wareham into the attack, bowling from the northern pool end. At the end of the power play as well, so England 1 for 48. Deep fielders mid-wicket, long off, long on, and cover. And it's beaten through to Mooney across the off-stump, no run. 138 needed from 83 deliveries for England's victory. But we're keeping an eye on Duckworth-Lewis-Stern as well with the weather currently here in Canberra.
It's not really heavy enough to come off yet.
Wareham to White. Hodge steps across the off-stump and slices it with a sweep through square leg. Takes the single as it bounces its way towards the dugout. Fielded in the deep by Perry.
It is going to be difficult here for the spinners, though, with that ball getting wet. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult to grip.
Lots of double centurion. Michelle Goscoe. Brian Toothey for ABC Sport. BBC 5 Sports Extra.
One wicket. There's the rumble of the thunder.
Just feels like it's creeping closer. Wareham to Dunkley on 2, off drive on the bounce. Good field, well fielding.
There you go.
Phoebe Litchfield.
Wouldn't want to get out now. That's Mooney.
Big shots coming, here we go.
Need some batting advice.
Banter on Matthew Wade levels. Dunkley on 2 awaits. Wareham, slow, full, cut back with a point. Beautiful fielding. Georgia Vold drops down and swats it to the turf rather, and ensures it's a dot ball. So just the 1 run so far.
I used to love it when the keeper gave me some batting advice. I'll say, how much? Just hit it for a 4 and go, how much do you charge for your coaching?
Extra motivation. Wareham to Dunkley. Yorkshire pushed into the onside. Takes the single. And will only be that to wrap up the 7th. We've got a ball to come. Jumped a little early there. 1 for 50 for England. But again, trailing, they'll need 4 from this delivery if they're to go back in front.
Yeah, the rain hasn't got heavier. It's just a sort of mizzle sort of rain, isn't it? It's just more annoying rain.
Great set from you, mate.
Record crowd in tonight as well. Almost double what the original was. Wareham cross. The off stump rather of White Hodge, who took a step across, big swing and a miss. England 1 for 50, needing 136 from 78 deliveries, chasing 186 for victory. Currently behind in the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern model as well by 3 runs.
That was a superb over. 2 runs off the over.
Georgia Wareham looking lively since she's come back into this squad. And the news earlier was that Australia named its test team for the MCG. And there is no change. It's the same squad as the ODIs, which means Heather Graham didn't make it in and Georgia Voll is in line for debut.
Yeah, I mean, a history-making test match, day-night test match, pink ball, under lights, the famous MCG. I'd be pushing to get in there as well. I was injured, and it's good to see Healy trying to get back in for that, and Ash Gardner. I mean, truncated sort of Ashes series we've had. It's, once you get an injury, it's very tough to get back. So many games.
7 games in 18 days is a lot, particularly when there's a test match involved. Perry bowling to Dunkley on 3. England 1 for 50, chasing 186. Down the track and dropping low. Dunkley clubs it down to the rope for 4 at long off. 132 needed from 77.
Yeah, she's continuing on the form that she got a clear plan. Wasn't quite out of the middle of the bat, but advancing down the wicket, trying to get underneath it. It was a cross-bat sort of shot over mid-off. Just getting a little bit heavier here as we're talking up here in the comms box. Elise Perry just slowing down the play here. Got Beth Mooney coming up to the stumps. I'll tell you what, if you're a fast bowler, I don't want that.
Straight to her in, front side.
Elise Perry, second over of the night. Bowls to Dunkley on 7, right arm over the wicket. Good length, pulled through square leg. Races along the carpet, fielded by King on the rope. Single on offer and Dunkley moves to 8. England 1 for 55, chasing 186.
Yeah, you just heard Beth Mooney saying front pad, and that's because Dunkley's trying to go cross-bat shots at the moment. So if they can get one to keep a little bit low and scoot through off this pitch, just getting a little bit more rain on it, then potentially that LBW comes into play if she can get one through.
A couple of fielding changes here. The right-hander will have a deep backward point and now almost a deep extra cover alongside the mid-wicket and backward square. White Hodge on 33. Perry bowls to her, kept low. She manages to turn it into the onside and Perry follows up. They'll take a single. White Hodge to 34. England 1 for 56, chasing 186 in the 8th over.
Yeah, they've had a pretty good start, but now they've just pegged it back, the Aussies, haven't they? Last few overs. That wicket there really hurt. Bouchier dismissed in the 6th over. There you go.
Coming down now as well. Rain. So England are currently behind. They need 1 for 62 at the end of the 8th if they're to be ahead. They're 1 for 56 with 3 to come. Perry bowls to Dunkley. Straight drive. It's huge. High and mighty for 6. Has that just won England its first T20 in Australia in 2 series?
Well, that is a remarkable shot. Dunkley, I just said she's been playing cross-bat shots, and then she whips out the full face vertical bat, pumps it for 6. I love this.
So bang on 1 for 62 on the Duckworth-Lewis Stern model. Perry bowls, Dunkley pulls backward square, fielded almost short fine leg. Ball to come in the 8th.
Oh, there's a bit of emotions out here now. A couple of discussions with the umpies now. Beth Mooney getting involved. The 2 batters here getting in the middle now saying to the umpies, come on, what's going on? You can't force them. It's the umpires who got to make the decision.
They tried to force them earlier if you're just joining us. They ran off at the end of the 5th due to lightning and were pulled back. Perry to Dunkley, final ball of the 8th. York's dug in, it scoops up. Not sure if it was a catching opportunity or not, but Perry certainly chased after it, kept it to a dot. England are ahead of the DLS pass score by a run at the end of the 8th. 1 for 62, chasing 186.
Yeah, well, the Aussies are sprinting through this now. Oh, please don't go off. It is getting heavier, though.
Eloise Sheridan looks to the dugout. Ben Treloar having a chat with Tali McGrath. That is unhappy. Australia want to keep this going.
So what's the equation now? Because the way it's going,
so
here we go, 62.
They just need 8 from this over, without a wicket, obviously.
Take a wicket for us now, mate. Clear that front pad off. Here we go.
Alana King into the attack from the northern end. Slog sweep from White Hodge, lifts over square leg but splits the two fielders. Chase is on. McGrath's happy to leave it for Wareham in the deep. They get through for a couple. And there's a big flash of lightning on the eastern side of the ground. The crowd roars with oohs and ahs. England in the box seat here if they're called off. That was the closest of the night.
Everyone's seen it but the umpies.
England have every right to be frustrated here. The rain is heavy, the lightning is thick and fast. They're ahead on Duckworth Lewis Stern and we're continuing play. It's clubbed by White Hodge off a full delivery from King. Down towards long on, they get through for a single. England 1 for 65.
I reckon a message might be going out. No? Okay. I thought they were going to come off then.
The wind's picked up as well, so that rain starting to head more diagonal, belting into everyone on Monica Oval. England now equal with the pass score. King bowls, wraps Dunkley on the pads, bit of a shout. They wanted the quick single, shot the bowlers and misses. And they'll get the overthrows. No, they won't run in the end. That would have put them ahead. Sliding doors moment for both sides. Run out opportunity missed. England don't get the overthrow, and Australia's now ahead on the Duckworth Lewis Stern method.
Yeah, there goes that wicket. Then it gets extremely hard for England, so that changes the equation. Oof. Here we go, drama at Monica.
This is the most dramatic rain I've ever seen. King to Dunkley on 14, whips it to the onside. It's got plenty of pace, down to the right for 4. Dunkley to 18, England 1 for 69 and back in front.
Oh, they're going off.
They've called it after the third lightning strike and the intensifying rain. Play has finally been stopped in the 9th over. England chasing 186 for victory, a 1 for 69 and ahead in Duckworth Lewis Stern by 2 runs. Could this hand them their first victory of this Ashes series, their first victory down under in 2 consecutive campaigns against Australia? Dunkley's on 18 from 11, White Hodge 37 from 27. Aaron Bryans and Michelle Cosco with you as we've got a rain delay at Monica.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, it's cool here at Monica, but the heat is in the middle there at the moment between Australia and England. That boundary really hurt just Australia just then, right then. But also, 2 balls ago, that should have been out at the other end. So it all had everything in that over. Lightning strikes, thunder, 4s, banter between the teams. I'll tell you what, who says this is a dead rubber? It's certainly not for both teams. So what an amazing game here at Monica.
The ebbs and flows. It was incredibly thrilling cricket, considering you knew we were in trouble. It just got heavier and heavier. The lightning got closer and closer, and the umpires did everything they could to hang on, but finally have called them off. And I'm surprised they lasted that long, to be honest. The cover's well and truly out here. The crowd flooding towards the Bradman stand for some sort of relent. It's been a remarkable night, but England finally get off after begging and begging, and rightfully so. They are now ahead by 2 runs if this match ends up ending here. Shout out on the text line as well. We did have a line drop earlier, and David from Pakenham on 0467 920 222 says, well done to Zane for filling in while establishing the line back to Canberra. Not an easy situation, but great to hear the team back. Fingers crossed, no more interruptions. Fingers crossed, David. Obviously there is a play interruption, but so far so good. We're managing the weather. It's not too chilly, but it's certainly very wet for those in attendance. The record crowd tonight as well, so the previous best was 4,131 8 years ago in an Ashes game here, and we've almost doubled that tonight. So the last crowd figure I saw was about 8,606. We're expecting it to push towards 10,000, so fingers crossed they get there. But regardless, we've made history tonight. We may continue to do so if England can win this match. As I mentioned, it'd be their first down under in the last 2 Ashes series. Prevents Australia from completing a whitewash and keeps the series alive to an extent. There is still a draw on offer for England if they can win the last 2 T20s. Obviously we've got a game in Adelaide to come on Saturday, and then the test at the MCG. So they need to win both of those and this game tonight to secure the draw. Australia would be incredibly frustrated if that happened, considering they were ahead in 2023 and let it slip, and the series finished 8-all. could happen again if England can find some late momentum. This rain is not getting any lighter. Thankfully, no signs of lightning anymore, but maybe facing a significant delay here at Manuka Oval. Ken in Sandringham says, last night at the BBL semi in Sydney, they came off when there was just a report about lightning, and nothing eventuated from it. The men are soft compared to the women, much tougher. Love to hear it, Ken. They were playing in some pretty wild conditions. The first flash of lightning, Gozzy, I was out of my chair when I saw it.
Yeah, well, we had a pretty bad one in Sydney last week. You have to check out my socials. I aged about 10 years in 5 seconds, so I've never had a thunderstorm like that before. But we saw the lightning from up here. We're quite high in the media centre here at Manuka Oval. And it was bizarre. I've never seen that before, where we saw the lightning. The English players saw it, maybe the players saw it, the umpires didn't see it. They're the main ones that got to make the decisions. Then after 5 overs, they knew they were ahead. You can see it on the big screen here. They sort of took off, met in the middle, the English batters, went to go off, and then the Australian players went, what are you doing? You can't just go. And then the umpire said, come back. And it's just added spice to this match. We've heard Beth Mooney on there all day saying, well, Danny, you didn't want to go off before, now you don't want to go off because they were behind. It was changing every single ball. I love the drama. Bring it all the time.
Henry Moran's been good enough to join us as well during the rain delay, and you've got the radar up. Henry, what do you say?
Well, it's just nice to see that England are staking their rightful claim for the moral ashes. It's been such a while since we've been able to lean on that particular important notion in Anglo-Antipodean relations. In all seriousness, there is a band of rain, as we can see, evidently, in front of us, rolling across Canberra, but it is nothing like what is heading on further south of here, and I'm not going to try and name all of the names of the places.
Come on, go.
It's sort of towards Captain's Flat. I think I can be safe with that, and Delegate and Gungara down a little bit further south. Don't look at me like that. Where it is raining a little more heavily. I mean, here it's heavy, evidently, but it is. I think it's not going to be that long-lasting. The question, in fact, it is easing up. The question is, how long have they got?
Yeah, what's the latest time you can go back on the field? So it's pretty late now. What is it? 13 to 10 here. So you'd expect there'd be a number of overs if we do get out. Still takes a while to prepare the pitch and outfield and whatnot. So
we were due to finish around 10:30 to 11. So
yeah, so there's a bit of time.
Sleep, yeah.
My colleague Stefan Schemmels, who's a familiar voice, I'm sure, to ABC and BBC listeners, has texted me saying, put your radar array and look out the window. Well, that's all well and good in the daytime, Stefan, in rainy Manchester, but we need to see what's coming in and what might be the length of delay. So we have to use the facilities available to us.
Was told when I arrived today that the locals expected a short blast of rain that wasn't going to linger, but no one said anything about lightning, so can't hold them too much to what they predicted, but it does look like it is very quickly eased here. There's still a light mist, no loud rumblings out deep west, so that's a good sign.
I mean, as always with these things, if they were still out there, be playing in this.
Yep.
Yes.
But now they're off.
We've got to have all these delays to have
it's a stupid rule that it has to stop before you go back out. Like, honestly.
Yeah, it's archaic.
It is, of course it is.
Anyway.
We've spoken about it for years, and in particular in Test match.
Cricket and stuff.
T20,
well, even here, people are hanging around here to wait and watch this. The players want to play. I mean, how cool if we go back out and there's a couple of overs in the game and England need this and Australia need that. Bring it on.
I'm with you.
Yep.
That last over was enthralling. Every ball mattered as we continue to sway along the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. We continually heard the barbs between the two sides about who wanted to go off at what times, considering who was ahead. What did you spot out there, Henry?
There was another flash of lightning, but I'm not sure that's where the weather's coming from. I think it's coming from...
I say, if you're looking at the north, it could actually be the drone show that was on earlier.
Oh, right.
So,
there was a drone show.
There was a drone show. I only spotted it because I saw Bananas in Pyjamas, and I thought, they must know the ABC's here. But
wow.
Yeah, there was some pretty cool...
Well, we were talking about good things in Canberra. There you go.
It's all happening tonight.
Drone show.
Place to be. That being said, a lot of our public servants and politicians aren't here at the moment, so... a testament to how much of a crowd we got tonight.
Here come the umpires, by the way. Is that because of holidays, summer holidays?
Haven't started their kind of calendar year yet.
Like it is back home.
Yes.
So the big white tarpaulins out there at the moment, Aaron, but,
not sure there's...
It's eased up.
It has eased up.
I mean, it hasn't particularly stopped. It's now mizzle rather than little drizzle that we had before.
Score check in the Australian Open, if you're wondering. So earlier, Aryna Sabalenka was broken twice to start the first set, the number 1 seed and back-to-back defending champion. Clawed it back comfortably to win in straight sets over the 11th seed Paola Badosa, 6-4, 6-2. And currently the second semi-final between the 19th seed American Madison Keys and Iga Swiatek. The second seed is underway, and Keys has actually broken her early as well. So leading 2-1 and on serve at the moment, Madison Keys. Did make the final of the Adelaide International a couple of weeks ago and was able to knock off Danielle Collins earlier in the tournament. So Madison Keys hoping to make it through to the women's singles final. Tomorrow in the men's singles, obviously nothing today after the quarters yesterday, we will see Novak Djokovic battle Alexander Zverev and Jannik Sinner playing off against Ben Shelton. So plenty to come. You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app through the tennis button, as you can with the Big Bash finals. We've got the Challenger tomorrow, the SCG from 6:45 p.m, which is technically a Sydney Derby final, Sixers and the Thunder. And then, of course, on Saturday, we'll take you to Adelaide Oval for the third T20 between Australia and England from 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time there. So, as always, you can get in touch with us, 0467 920 222. We might pause just quickly here as the umpires converge in the middle of Monaco Oval and have a listen to the England highlights so far. Off at 1 for 64 and ahead on Duckworth Lewis Stern by 2 runs.
Here comes Kim Garth, bowling to White Hodge, who comes forward and flays the ball over the offside and gets 4 runs. I feel the running around can't stop it. Megan Schutt's quick, but she can't get there, and it goes square out towards the Australia dugout, and she likes targeting that part of the ground, White Hodge. In comes Kim Garth. Keeper standing up to the stumps, and White Hodge hits that away murderously out through cover for 4. It's a great shot from Danny White Hodge, and England will be thinking about the DLS par as well. That's the other thing to consider, because if there is rain, that's going to be a factor in all of this. But that was a lovely piece of timing from White Hodge, who does like that part of the ground. As this is swept in the air. Oh, it's just going to beat Grace Harris, but she's chasing after it for all she's worth. She's going to dive and can't quite save it. A collision of Harris and rope will eventually see 4 onto the scoreboard for England, as that was swept hard by White Hodge, moving to 16 off 10. King into bowl. This is outside the off stump. It's going to be 4 more. It's a poor ball that outside that off stump, and White Hodge can chase it, angle it down towards deep third and get 4 more. Megan Schutt bowls a full delivery, which is chipped down the ground. It won't be a catch. It's going to be 4. It's nicely plonked over the head of Grace Harris, who's not going to be able to stop it. And England are motoring here. Danny White Hodge is leading the charge, and England, cranky pants and all.
Sutherland, Bouchier, deep mid-wicket and square leg. She looks to ramp and skips it straight up and down, and Sutherland gets her caught and bowled. Bouchier just dinked it into the air, and she's out for 13. The first England wicket falls, 1 for 46 with a ball to come in the 6th over. And just like that, England loses all momentum. Perry bowls to Dunkley, straight drive. It's huge, high and mighty for 6. Has that just won England its first T20 in Australia in 2 series? And there's a big flash of lightning on the eastern side of the ground. The crowd roars with oohs and ahs. England in the box seat here if they're called off. That was the closest of the night.
Everyone's seen it but the umpies.
England have every right to be frustrated here. The rain is heavy, the lightning is thick and fast. They're ahead on Duckworth Lewis Stern, and we're continuing play. It's clubbed by White Hodge off a full delivery from King. This is the most dramatic rain I've ever seen. King to Dunkley on 14, whips it to the onside. It's got plenty of pace, down to the rope for 4. Dunkley to 18, England 1 for 69 and back in front.
Oh, they're going off.
They've called it after the 3rd lightning strike and the intensifying rain. Play has finally been stopped in the 9th over. England chasing 186 for victory, a 1 for 69 and ahead in Duckworth Lewis Stern by 2 runs. Could this hand them their first victory of this Ashes series, their first victory down under in 2 consecutive campaigns against Australia. It will not be the final chapter of the night, though. The covers are coming off here at Manuka. Ground staff preparing the wicket to resume play here. The rain has stopped, just a few drizzles off the roof, but nonetheless, the weather has eased up after 3 lightning strikes at all ends of the ground. We had it north, east and west as it progressively got closer. Finally, they called it after the sides ebbed and flowed about running off and on, depending on who was up on Duckworth, who was stern. England are currently ahead, but we'll have to continue on, you'd think. Chasing 186 for victory. They're 1 for 64. We'll wait and see what the revised total may be, but play is currently set to resume in 10 minutes' time, and there will be no revision to the overs. So there you go. 1 for 64 with a couple of balls to spare in the 9th over. And if you compare that on the worm to Australia, they finished the 9th 2 for 74. So game well and truly back on, Michelle Gosco.
Yeah, absolutely. Good. Got a full game in here. Resume hostilities out in the middle. I like it. Yeah, we know Australia's retained the Ashes, but this is cool. I love this. I love there's a bit of banter between the 2 teams out in the middle.
There's a lot of pride. For England in particular, you don't want to be whitewashed in a consecutive series down under, but for Australia, you want to win this outright after succumbing to a draw in 2023 over in England. So there is still a lot to play for tonight. We'll get to Adelaide and reassess from there depending on what happens after here, but there's storylines aplenty, and the Australians are coming out to warm up on the field. Play to resume in about 9 minutes' time here at Manuka Oval with England 1 for 64 in the 9th over, chasing 186 for victory. Aaron Bryans, Henry Moran, Alex Hartley and Michelle Gosco with you for the call for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport and BBC 5 Sports Extra. If you just joined us as well, the test side has been named for the MCG Test, the first pickball test of the MCG, and it's the first time they'll be playing there in nearly 70 years in a test match. No change, essentially, to Australia's squad. So the ODI team that we saw is the same squad that's heading there. Heather Graham isn't in. Georgia Voll has remained, so she could debut. Alyssa Healy has been named as a batter only, dealing with that plantar fasciitis. She's currently in a moon boot. Would look unlikely, but you never know. And Ash Gardner is on track to be available for the test match, which will be worrying for England, you'd think, Michelle Gosco. The big hitters come back in for Australia after roaring to a win the SCG without them.
Yeah, you want to play at the MCG. Obviously, I'm not that old. I haven't played a test match at the MCG, but I've played there before. It is like a cauldron. It's amazing. First time I walked out, was like, oh my gosh, this is like a coliseum. It's so big from out in the middle, and just how big the ground is as well. You put the the ring around for the boundary, and it's still so far in, even for the men's cricket. So yeah, amazing facility to be playing at. Still a lot to happen here in this match, though.
We definitely just had another flash of lightning at the north
Didn't
end.
see it.
It was very soft compared to the previous 3.
I think it's going the other way, though.
Yeah, I think it's leaving us now.
It is rather fun, though, isn't it? what do you make of the decision to play the game at the MCG? Because I love the ambition, but even 30,000 can look empty there.
Yeah, correct. And from having a few discussions, the numbers aren't great about what ticket sales have had, and maybe if it had gone down to everything came down to the test match at the last game of the tour, maybe the crowd would have come. Hopefully they'll get good viewers on TV, because these 2 teams deserve it. And then I've had a few people say, well, why don't they put the test match first? Well, they tried that and that didn't work. So I think the place is at the end. Does it mean that we should play at the MCG? You're right. Like, even for the WBBL, we had, I think, 6,000 or 7,000 people. It looked like ants there. And yes, it is great for the players to say, yeah, I've played there, but only when it's pumping, when it's full. 30,000 doesn't look like it's even one little bay at the MCG.
The other problem is it's now head-to-head with the men's test in Sri Lanka. So you've got 2 serious elite forms of cricket head-to-head. The Australian Open's wrapping up. Big Bash finals on Monday as well, so there's a lot happening in a short space of time, and I reckon the Women's Ashes probably got in first and have been unlucky with the way the Sri Lanka series has been scheduled. But it's such an awkward tightrope, because you want to give the women's players the respect they deserve. They deserve that equal footing of playing at the MCG. Have they done them any favours by putting it there at this time? Maybe not, when it will look empty. and there will be criticism coming their way as a result of it, which they don't deserve. It's an incredible form of cricket. They play really well. We're going to see some amazing moments, but if they only get 5,000 there, it's going to be a really rough viewing.
Yeah, and you think about that first of the one-day internationals at North Sydney Oval. That was about 6,000, and the place was rocking.
It was great.
And it was great. And that Test match in 2017, again, North Sydney Oval. And I think one thing that Australia has in its favour ahead of England in many ways is these wonderful boutique venues that sub 10,000 people can really pack out and have history and sound and real days out. And maybe the authorities in Australia saw what happened in England in 2023 when the Oval and Lords and Edgbaston were all selling out for women's T20 internationals, and thought, we need to show the same ambition. But let's not forget the biggest ground in England is around 30,000. The MCG is close to 100,000.
Yeah.
And just in terms of the scale of the place, it is a wonderful place for cricket to take place. But as you say, if the stands are a little bit empty, it's going to feel that it is not necessarily doing justice to the event that it's hosting.
And it's at the end of the school holidays. Kids have gone back to school, so
it's day night. But what parents are going to think? Well, we'll stay until late in the evening when we're just back at school. Yeah,
if it was mid-January, that's a bit different. You sort of can go down there for a week and go take your kids or whatever it is. I know a few people going there, and Cricket Australia doing past players sort of stuff, which is fantastic to see. But it is a really tough time. North Sydney, that was the best. On that Sunday, they were turning away people. So they ran out of beer at midday, so that tells you how much it was going on. There were so many disappointed people on social media saying I couldn't get in at midday. Like at 12 o'clock, it was shut off. So I think there was about 6,500 people there. Is that enough? And then you had people saying, well, why didn't you move it to a bigger venue? So you can't win. So you put it in a bigger venue, people don't show up, and then you put it in a smaller one, and then they say, well, you should have put it in a bigger venue. But it was also one-day cricket, and on a Sunday when there was no club cricket on.
Yeah, it's a really difficult one, and people were saying exactly the same things initially ahead of the 2020 World Cup final when the MCG had 86,000 in it. And sometimes you need that ambition and to show what is possible to actually encourage change and scaling those heights. And so the ambition is a wonderful thing. Sometimes it is difficult to necessarily realise it, and that can be circumstance, it can be all sorts of things. But you do wonder if, particularly if the series is totally gone at that point, which it looks likely to have been, whether an empty ground to finish the Ashes would be, not empty. That's the point. It wouldn't be empty. It just would feel empty.
Has felt like a perfect storm in a sense, and I guess the question of that is, do you move the test earlier in future? Do you put it in the middle of the series or the start of the series? I think you're in a no-win situation, depending, everything changes from time to time, and it's totally situational. Australia's made its way out, preparing to field once again. England 1 for 69, chasing 186 for victory. 2 balls to go in the ninth. Sophia Dunkley on 18, White Hodge on 37. Aaron Bryans and Michelle Gosco with you, earning our money tonight with a nice long stint.
It's great.
Henry Rand's going to come back in after a couple of overs, and Alex Hartley to join us later as well. So we've been earning our money, but Alex has been on TV for a good 30 minutes there.
She gets an ad break. It's all right.
We're all doing our best. Tell you what is doing its best, Monica Oval. It looks a peach. The drainage must be tremendous. After all that rain, we look right back to where we started. Lights are on. England need 117 from 68 deliveries. Alana King to continue the ninth. And they're just a bit unsure of their fielding setup here. So we're going to get for the right-hander a backward square, mid-wicket. Almost a long off, cow corner, and a long off. Full toss, well flighted. Was ballooned in the air and swept backward a square for 4. Sophia Dunkley strikes immediately.
Yep, that ball just slipped in Alana King's hand there. So it was a nice juicy full toss. That's the first sort of ball you want to get after a drink spot, or not a break that we've had. It's going to be very, very difficult for the Australians to grip this, the spinners. See that ball just, there's really good drainage here at Monica Oval.
Would you change
a little bit of surface area?
Try to get like a Talia McGrath in? Awesome.
Yeah, she can scoot it through.
King to Dunkley again, very looply and high. She sweeps, topped it, put down. Scooped up towards fine leg. And poor old Talia McGrath dove forward and couldn't reel it in as it slips out of her mitts. She's fuming. It was a great opportunity.
Oh, Talia. Wasn't far away, was it?
Just popped out of her hands as she dove forward to the turf. And a lifeline for Sophia Dunkley.
She should have taken that. The standards that the Aussies have absolutely should have been taken. So Sutherland's coming into the attack. She's another one that can get it to scoot through. So just see another little bit of lightning strike, but it has gone away, thankfully. Hopefully there's no more interruptions for this match.
Very punchy through the eastern side and quite light in comparison to what we saw earlier. 1 for 74, 112 needed off 66. Sutherland bowls and Dunkley rocks back, pushes it to backward point. Quickly fielded, no run.
All right, it's raining a little bit. Mizzle?
It's only
mizzle. The girls that keep playing. They're pretty tough.
Considering what they went through earlier, this is nothing. Open onside, Annabelle Sutherland to Dunkley on 23. Right arm over the wicket. Dunkley pulls on one knee. Through mid-wicket. Merrim's waiting on the rope. And they take a single. Dunkley moves to 24. England 1 for 75, chasing 186. Ahead of the DLS at the moment, if we go off again.
Yeah, these two are doing really well together. Upsetted the Australians a little bit. Partnership of 29 off just 21 deliveries. Dunkley's 24 of those 29.
Long on coming in, and now we have a deep third fielder. Sutherland to Dunkley, steps forward, tried to uppercut, lifted it just over the fielder at point, bounces its way towards the rope, darting across from cover, flung in by Megan Shute. And good running for the England pairing as they get a couple.
Yeah, you don't want to lose another wicket because that does change the DLS score. I like these two batting here for England.
Wide Hodge on strike on 39, digs it in. Full delivery on the pads from Sutherland, no run. 2 to come in the 10th, England need 109 from 62.
Oh, we don't want to go off. Just ignore that lightning I just saw. All right, it is getting a little bit heavier though, isn't it? Oh, come on.
It's almost circling us as well. We've seen it on the east and west and northern sides, and it just keeps changing its direction.
It's been a long stint.
Went ahead by 2 runs at the moment on DLS. Sutherland to White Hodge, clubs it back at the bowler, fielded at mid-on, and a fumble as they race through for the single. It's Talia McGrath again. Immediately uses the towel to try and dry the ball in her hands. Could have been a run-out opportunity. Instead, England moved to 1 for 78, but as the Duckworth-Lewis stern creeps up, they're only a run ahead now.
Yeah, well, they knew that. You can see it on the big screen here, so they know exactly what they would have needed.
Sutherland to Dunkley on 24. Awaits, cuts just over the fielder at third. On the back foot, it races down to the rope for 4 as Garth gives up chase. It looked awkward as she got underneath it, but my goodness, it flew to the boundary. 1 for 82 England, chasing 186 for victory at the end of the over. Aaron Bryans and Michelle Gosco with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. We'll get a commentary change with Henry Moran coming in at the end of the 10th.
This is ABC Sports coverage of women's international cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes.
Well, you're not going to be soaking up the sun here at Monaco Oval anytime soon because it is raining. They're staying out there. I can reveal it is going to pour in about 45 minutes is what the general consensus is, but that might be enough time for us to get a game in. This is fascinating. Games within games. Wheels within wheels. Here is Wareham bowling a ball outside the off stump, which is missed by Danny Wyatt-Hodge. Duckworth-Lewis, and they want to get through these overs quickly. They want to scoop through the overs, Australia. Get that run scoring to be as hard as possible, and there will be another dot ball there. slapped a backward point and well stopped. Kim Garth and Vol involved. I love it, Alex. Alex Hartley joins us once again. Michelle Gosgo is having a little break.
She can sit back and watch this game unfold now. It's going to be a belter.
82 for 1 England. Here comes Wareham. White Hodge is spanking that out towards deep cover. Megan Shute will run round and doesn't trust a ball to get firmly into the hands, and so she just sort of waits for it to hit her, basically, but does well. It is just the one run. Where's that DLS par, Alex Hartley?
It's 82 at the moment. England 83 for 1, so they are just ahead, and I am loving the battle between England and that DLS par score.
It's wicket falls and it changes dramatically. Oh, big bolt of lightning over to our right.
There's one that was so close.
Oh, yes.
Hit into the onside. Dunkley scampering for the first. It will just be 1. Don't forget, if they're level with the par, which they are at the moment, 84 and 84, if they're level, well, England are up with it.
How did you know it was 84?
As it says on the scoreboard. Our mate Jack Fingleton. Oh, another big flash of lightning. The game is right on the edge. Right on the edge.
A wicket here will change things dramatically for Australia.
Here comes Wareham, looking for that wicket. White Hodge has hit it hard into the leg side. She's going to get a boundary. It won't be a wicket. It's going to scooting away backwards the square. And White Hodge gets 4 runs to move things in England's favour. This is brilliant cat and mouse cricket. It's absolutely compelling.
It really is, and Danny Wyatt Hodge has batted so well today. She's moved around her crease and manipulated the field perfectly today. When the seamers have been on, she's been able to go through the offside and the onside. This time steps right outside the off stump to sweep the ball, which hasn't been a strength of hers until probably the last 12 months or so.
Well, the required rate for England is close to 11 and over, but we're not really looking at that because they're chasing 186. They're 88 for 1 with the ball left to the 11th, but we're looking...
Almost forgotten about the actual...
The rain has basically stopped for the time being, by the way. 98 needed from 55. Here comes Wareham. And Wyatt Hodge is going to get 4 more over the offside. Lovely shot. Clattering that ball away. Field up. Wyatt Hodge is picking up 4 more, and the over concludes with 10 from it. And England need 94 from 54. And they're 5 ahead of the DLS par. I mean, Alex, it's sort of slightly all a little bit bewildering, all of this, trying to get your head round it.
I know it is, isn't it? And it's interesting to see how Australia will respond actually here, because this is the first time in this Ashes series that England, with the bat in hand, have put them under the pump.
Yeah.
Yes, Dunkley had that brilliant 50. It was 50, wasn't it, in the last T20? But she wasn't partnered with anyone. This time it's been the partnership of Wyatt Hodge and Sophia Dunkley. Australia haven't been able to break the partnership, so it'd be interesting to see how they react.
Yeah, that last game, 59 off 30 from Dunkley, who's tonight 29 off 17. Here comes Talia McGrath into bowl to Dunkley, who's going to hit that crisply out towards Megan Shute, but it'll just be the 1 run. The ball almost could be on Rod Laver Arena, the way it's hit out to the boundary and returned with interest. 1 for 93, England halfway there.
Living on a prayer.
Well, there is an element of the...
2 and 3 for you here,
I don't know, it does feel like the sort of gods are getting involved up above with the skies threatening. Here comes McGrath, and bowls a full delivery. Oh, put down. Caught and bowled chance missed. 1 run taken.
Well, that's the second one in quick succession that McGrath's put down. Those ones that are hit back at you as a bowler, they either stick or they don't, as Danny Wyatt Hodge brings up her 50 off just 36 deliveries.
The ground she loves. Scored 100 here for England in a T20 international over 7 years ago now.
Great work here, Timo. Doing a great job for us.
She's chirpy, Booney, isn't she, today?
94 on the board for 1. Dropped in short, pummeled out to the deep. It'll land just short of Wareham. Out at deep mid-wicket. Everyone out there knows a wicket changes everything in terms of that par score. The rain is light, but we know it's also swirling around. 3 from the over so far. England's required rate Let's keep reminding you of that, because if this game goes the full distance, England need to be going at 10.6. Dunkley hacks it out towards backward square leg, but it'll only be one more. So at the moment, this over is going in Australia's favour as England and Dunkley bring up a 50-run partnership.
It's been a good partnership between the two as well. Can't be off very many balls.
35. That's how many? Not very many. Here is Talia McGrath bowling to Dunkley. Cries of catch. It'll land safely again, maybe 5 yards in front of Megan Shute at deep cover. It was chipped up over the infield. And the Duckworth-Lewis par score now standing at 94. England are on 90. 94. England are on 97. But the required rate is now just shy of 11 and over.
It's too much to keep
it is honestly, if you were to be sort of try to introduce someone to the game of cricket.
Oh, not today.
Not today. You just think that we'll save it for a simpler day. Here comes McGrath bowling to White Hodge, who gets in a bit of a tangle but does well to clip the ball into the onside for 1. The over brings 6, so it's well shy of the required rate. However, it does keep England up and about and up and on it. 98 on the board, 1 wicket down, 12 overs gone. White Hodge on 52, Dunkley on 32. England need 88 off 48. The Duckworth-Lewis par is 96. The attendance is 8,628. My phone number, no, it's just a lot of numbers.
Yeah, but you can text us.
You can. Well done you, Alex. 0467 920 222. You clever thing. I know there was a very amusing exchange between you and Elisa Healy on television.
Yeah, where did Fionn Wynne see that?
I don't know.
Watching the telly.
It made me laugh though, because
I didn't quite get it.
Elisa Healy said, "I'm happy to speak to you, Alex." Very naughty from the Australian skipper after your troubles interviewing, or not interviewing, members of the England camp this week.
Always happy to speak to you, Alex, is what she said. I didn't realise we were friends. Ooh.
When it comes to Ashes battles, there's always an exception. Here is Megan Shute. This is full delivery right in the block hole and dug out by White Hodge. It's a dot, and Shute is going to be absolutely targeting that full straight delivery and looking to try and exert as much pressure as is humanly possible.
Yeah, she'll just be looking to not give Danny White Hodge any room whatsoever. Target that leg stump. Get hit into the leg side.
Here comes Shute bowling to White Hodge, who's hit the ball in the air. This could be a wicket. It's in the air. It's taken. England are 2 down, and it changes everything. The catch is taken at mid-off by Talia McGrath, and Megan Shute with the wicket that shifts that DLS equation up to 101, and England are behind that.
They're 97 for 2 now. England as I think 97 for 2, 98 for 2, as Danny Wyatt Hodge clears that front leg, gives herself a little bit of room towards the leg stump, towards the leg side, to open up the offside, goes inside out and just spoons the ball. Talia McGrath, 3rd time lucky, takes the catch.
And so England on 98 for the loss of 2 wickets, are 3 behind the DLS par, which is, just to remind you, if the rain came now and the game was abandoned, Australia would win it. If England could get ahead of that DLS par score and the game does not reach its conclusion, then England would win it. At the moment, that is the game within a game. Separately, England need 88 from 46, which at this point you'd say was never going to happen. Actually, would you? I mean, realistically, if this was just a normal game, you'd say, surely not. England require 11 and a half and over.
Yeah, we're almost not even thinking about that now.
No. So Nat Sciver-Brunt comes to the middle to join Dunkley. In comes Shute, and we'll get a run to the leg side. Those squeaky pads still require a little bit of WD-40 for Nat Sciver-Brunt. She's not spent that much time out in the middle, I suppose.
No, she's been shy of runs for her standards, hasn't she? I mean, every single Australian cricketer, bar Elise Perry, said they would have Nat Sciver-Brunt in their team, in their squad, because she is probably the best all-rounder in the world at the minute, as you say. Annabelle Sutherland might challenge her on that.
There's a few that might. Here is Shoot, banging it short, and Mooney takes it, standing up to the stump. It's very effective. That's the sort of Nat Sciver-Brunt, Amy Jones combo that we've seen previously. And you think that should have been wide, don't you?
No, I'm thinking Megan Shoot with a bouncer.
Oh.
She bend in the back.
I tell you, that was a very good bouncer.
Such a good bouncer.
Startled Dunkley.
And a great take from Beth Mooney as well, behind the stumps, who will have had no indication.
Here comes Shoot again. And Bowser! Dunkley's gone. England 3 down. She leans on her bat. Australia celebrate wildly. And Megan Shoot, the leading wicket taker in women's T20 internationals, is doing the business once again for her country.
She's got 2 in the over here. Sophia Dunkley just trapped on the crease, goes back to a fullish delivery, looking to just hit the ball into the offside. Doesn't really move her feet, gets trapped, and it hits the top of off stump. And again, that Duckworth-Lewis-Stern pass score will change again, as captain Heather Knight, another batter that absolutely loves batting on this surface, comes to the crease. But the Australians again have got themselves back into this game. We were talking about how they would respond to being put under pressure. They respond with adding pressure to the opposition.
Indeed. England 3 down, 99 on the board. Sorry, Grumpy Mitch has joined the text conversation. I called it a game of tennis. Of course, it's a tennis match, because a game in tennis
Great
is
work, you shooter.
You make a good point.
This is a cricket match, but a game of cricket.
And a game within a game. Heather Knight, the England captain, waits for Megan Shoot.
Oh, yes, shooter.
It's clipped towards her, and it's a really good piece of fielding. What an over. 1 from it, 2 wickets. And sometimes you need your superstars to stand up, and she's done just that. England now 10 behind the DLS pass score. Doable to catch up, but the required rate is now more than 2 runs a ball if the game reaches its conclusion. Come on, Aussie, come on.
Well, you're normally Mr. Weatherman.
Yeah, go on.
So what's the weather saying? Radar.
I've been in consultation with my expert sources and local knowledge at the back of the commentary box. And I can confirm that Mark has told me that we're going to get a lot of heavy rain coming in about 35 minutes, something like that. So there you go. I've already had abuse from Stefan Schimmel back at home. Just look out the window.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I'm a window girl as well, as the rain starts to fall slightly.
Annabelle Sutherland is going to be bowling to Nat Sciver-Brunt. England need 87 from 42. Sutherland has got 1 for 15. Onto the pads. They'll run through for a leg bye, but they'll have to be quite speedy about it. They are. And so, though the grass banks have thinned slightly, I think the crowd have been largely compelled to stay by the drama of it all. It's the drama. 100 up for England. 3 for 100. Early on in the 14th over. You're listening to Test Match Special, Grandstand as well. Just love it.
Love the drama.
Oh dear. A few days like that, really. One way or another, isn't it? England need 86 from 41. In comes Sutherland to bowl to Heather Knight. Banged in short, and she pulls out towards the deep. And it will be picked up by Wareham. There is a 1-run taken. By the way, England have won all 8 of their previous chases in T20 internationals, in which Danny White-Hodge has passed 50.
Well then.
In her last 5 T20 internationals on this ground, by the way, Heather Knight scored 51, 67, 78, 108 not out, and 62. Here is a delivery which scoots on through past the flashing bat of Nat Sciver-Brunt.
She loves playing at the Monica Oval.
She does. 90th anniversary this year.
Of Heather Knight.
That's how long she's been England captain. No, of the ground.
Wow. Not bad scores, those, really, are they?
Yeah.
Dating all the way back to 2017.
There's an attempted ramp which is missed. England getting desperate now. And as that Duckworth-Lewis pass score now stands 12 ahead of where they are. England need 85 from 38. And you look at that required rate, it's now over 13 and over. The lightning strikes, the storm clouds building over English women's cricket.
It's the 85 or 38 that England will be looking at now as well.
Sciver-Brunt waits. And plays the ball into her pads. I mean, what a spell of bowling this has been, by the way.
Brilliant couple of overs, hasn't it?
It's been absolutely outstanding. In fact, ever since those 2 boundaries at the end of the 11th over, we saw 6 dots in the 12th.
6 singles.
Sorry, 6 singles in the 12th, forgive me. 2 wickets and just the 1 run in the 13th, and then this over so far, a leg bye and a single, and then 3 dots. It's been absolutely outstanding. Here comes Annabelle Sutherland into bowl to Nat Siva-Brunt, who will get runs into the leg side, possibly only 1 run, however, and Wareham's fielding is outstanding. And we've spoken a lot about this in the last few days, but just 2 off the bat and the leg by in the over. England need 84 off 36, and it is drifting away. A game that they could easily have won. They could easily have won this game. They right about the time they were going off, England were ahead of DLS. They were when the rain came again. So that's where, at the moment, England are looking at and thinking, well, again, what might have been. But actually, you can say what might have been, Alex, but there's been a clutch couple of overs there that have been absolutely dominated by 2 very, very good cricketers.
Yeah, and they could be game-changing moments. We talk about that partnership, those last 3 overs, Australia scoring 48 runs off the last 3 overs of England's innings, could be game-changing. Those 2 overs there, with only 8-9 runs coming off it consecutively, could be game-changing.
Wareham then, coming in past the umpire and bowling to Nat Siva-Brunt. Wareham's first 2 overs going for just 12. There's a dot ball to start her 3rd. The Dartworth-Lewis par, by the way, is now up to 119, with England on 102 at the moment.
Just shows how quick that changes with those wickets.
Required rates 14 and over. Here comes Wareham. And goes past everything, actually, and will go down towards the boundary. Grace Harris is thundering after it towards us and can't quite haul it in.
A buys? 5 buys? 4 buys? It is 4 buys.
Yeah.
That has gone through absolutely everything as Nat Siva-Brunt comes forward, then goes back, and it just misses the top of leg stump by a whisper.
Yeah, it's not far away. The replay shows a lick of paint, isn't it? Wareham, with England needing 80 from 34 balls. It's coming into bowl to Nat Siva-Brunt, who gets bat on that, and she's going to get 4. Well, there we go. Just a little moment of encouragement for England, who could see this game drifting. It's still a long way away from them as the crowd are warmed by those flame shooters. 110 on the board, 76 needed from 33.
There was a fact I heard earlier about this is the city of fireworks.
Oh yeah. Be lively Australia Day this weekend.
Yeah.
We saw some things getting set up as we scooted around the lake to the museum today.
Did go to the museum today, didn't we?
It's fab, loved it.
You stayed there longer than I did?
Yeah, you had...
I had to come to work.
You had a high-level meeting or something or other.
How long did you stay for? Another hour or so?
Yeah, something like that. Had a little look around. Saw a big saltwater crocodile. Wareham bowls to Siva-Brunt, who's driving out to deep extra cover. And there is a single taken midway through, or 2 balls left of the 15th over. England require 75 from 32. Fionn Wynne, our colleague who's writing for the BBC Sport website, not a fan of the local wildlife.
No.
At all.
No.
And I found her in the gift shop reading a book called Dangerous Spiders of Australia.
Where she got freaked out of one that had been fossiled since 1952.
Yeah. Oh, look at that one. It's horrible. Here comes Wareham, bowling a ball which Knight is lofting over the offside with authority and bringing 4. Good shot that from the England skipper. Plays it really well, that chipped extra cover drive. And she's going to get a boundary to bring England to 71 needed from 31. So they're just managing to hold things in a touch.
One of her strengths, that Heather Knight, when you just give her this slight bit of width or just even a margin outside the off stump, she goes with the spin, inside out, up and over extra cover.
Lovely shot. So the field just changes slightly. We've got a deep extra cover now. It's gone a little bit further round. And Knight will clip the ball, trying to get a single down the ground. Can't do so. So 13 off the over is still below where England need to be, but they are just about in touch. 71 needed, 30 balls to do it. The rain has stopped for now, but we know more is coming. And I am going to get out of the way. Alex Hartley, you're going to be joined in just a moment to take us through to the end by Aaron.
Women's International Cricket. Australia versus England in the Women's Ashes on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
the ABC Listen app, BBC 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds.
We've had a bit of everything tonight at Monica. An absolute rollercoaster ride as we career towards a finish between Australia and England in the second T20. The Aussies win. They claim the series outright. England win. Still a chance of a draw on the line. Kim Garth, away from the southern end, will be bowling to Nat Sciver-Brunt on 7. Open onside for her. Good length. She clobbers it through mid-wicket. Wareham comes in off the rope and a single on offer. 3 for 116. England needs 70 from 29. Aaron Bryans and Alex Hartley with you to the end. How are you feeling, Alex?
The same as I have for every other game, really. A bit like meh. Well done, Australia.
Not optimistic.
Not optimistic, but you never know.
It's a shame because we've seen some signs tonight of England getting better, but just takes a couple of overs and shifts so dramatically. Garth tonight steps down the track, straight drive, lofts over Talia McGrath at mid-off and down to the rope for 4. Knight moves to 9. England needs 66 from 28.
Yeah, keeping an eye on that Duckworth, Lewis, Stern score. And obviously it's changing every ball, and England are there or thereabouts with it. So if the rain does come in, they're not far away. But it's actually, when you look at the context of the whole game, they need so many runs off not very many balls. So I guess Australia, they'll want to keep an eye on that DLS score, but also they'll be thinking in the wider context, England do need 28. No, sorry, they need 66 off 28.
So 10 down at the moment on Duckworth Lewis. If there's anyone to get them over, it's Heather Knight. Garth bowls to her, pulls through square leg, heading towards the rope. Fielder in the deep. They'll just take the single. And tossed in front of the Finkleton scoreboard. Elise Perry gets on top of it. England 3 for 121, 65 needed from 27. Heather Knight has gone 5 consecutive T20s here at Monica Oval of 50-plus scores.
I know, ridiculous, isn't it?
Insane.
Ridiculous.
Now's the night to cash in.
Now's the night for 50 more, Skipper.
Nat Sciver-Brunt now on strike on 8 as McGrath has a quick word to Garth. Deep fielders at mid-wicket, backward square leg, cover and long on. Garth bowls, stepping across the leg stump. Sciver-Brunt pulls through mid-wicket. Wareham races in off the rope. They wanted 2, but she was quick onto it on the logo. Just the single. 64 needed from 26.
So many 2s are turned into 1s in this Australia side. They are rapid on the outfield. You can see Annabelle Sutherland, Georgia Wareham. They're probably 5-10 yards off the boundary at this very moment in time.
We're still seeing the smallest flashes of lightning every now and again, but it's too far away.
One of them was so close to the ground. The first one, I thought it was going to come through the window.
Fell out of my chair, I reckon. Garth tonight. Good length. She slides back through point. Wants the quick single shot. The stumps at the bowlers and direct hit would have had her out. Just misses Kim Garth. And the stumps as well. Fielded right behind by Sutherland, and they get through for the single. Sciver-Brunt rather's up to 9. Knight's on strike. No, I had it right. Knight up to 11. Sciver-Brunt on strike on 9.
Heather Knight would have gone by a country mile, but Kim Garth couldn't gather the ball and flick it back onto the stumps. Georgia Vol with the throw at backward point.
Deep discussions with Garth and her stand-in skipper. This is the handy part of Talia McGrath, is even when she was in a form slump, so handy with her leadership. She can deliver with the ball as well when needed, as she's done tonight. Offers some advice for Garth. Rattles into Sciver-Brunt, steps across the off stump. It's up in the air, pulling, charging in from the deep. Sutherland can't get there. Gathers clean on the half volley though. Direct hit would have her out at the stumps of the bowler's end, sliding through. I reckon Heather Knight got back. And that'll wrap up the 16th over. England move to 3 for 125, needing 61 from 24.
It does all feel very dramatic out there in the middle at the moment, doesn't it? But England are pushing and pushing and pushing. An expensive over for Australia again. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 off it. So I'm just trying to work that out. And tell you what, it was a great pick-up at the stumps from Kim Garth. Picks it up pretty cleanly, and it was just that reaction back to the stumps, fraction quicker. Heather Knight might have been struggling.
It's everything we wanted, though, and a series that is technically over. Australia has retained the Ashes, can win it outright tonight. Both sides are still fighting desperation. We've seen some tactics and some banter and some stoushes. 9 on 11, shoot in from the northern end. Scooped up over the fielder at fine leg. Not enough height or depth on it.
Oh.
Put it in the deep one at 2. Direct hit. If it had gone towards the bowler's end, may have been a chance because Siva Brunt was trotting through. But Knight gets back home comfortably.
Yeah, she's in. She was past the stumps by the time the stumps were broken. So it's good running from Heather Knight and Siva Brunt out there in the middle. Just trying to edge closer to that DLS par score, but equally just keeping this game alive for as long as possible.
Direct hit may have had her in a bit of trouble, but
very rare you get a direct hit from the boundary. And when you do, everyone goes, what?
You do, it's probably Australia, right?
Yeah.
Shoot, 2 for the night. England 3 for 127, chasing 186. Shoot bowls, Knight goes straight over her head. Off drive again, not enough power. Has been a quick outfield, it's rolling towards the rope. McGrath can't get there. Rear boundary for the England skipper, who moves to 17, and they need 55 from 22.
Well, Heather Knight's come out and spoken that the senior players need to step up, and they need to step up in this game, not this game, but in previous games. They haven't necessarily done what they wanted, and Heather Knight is not giving up here out in the middle. She is trying her best to manipulate the field, make slight changes. Australia need to hold their nerve here.
Knight with the high bat raise, awaits shoot, fuller delivery, takes it off the toes through the onside, wants a double, throw will come in. Again, they'll comfortably get home. Knight moves to 19, England 3 for 133. They need 53 remaining from the 21 deliveries here at Monaco. Nick from Adelaide says the Aussies are being very vocal in the field. Alex, do you have any stories from your playing days about being sledged by Australia?
No, because the Aussies they weren't always so nice to me. That's a lie.
Shoot to Knight down the track, scoops it over the top of extra cover and down to the rope for the 4. The England skipper is firing at Monaco, giving them some late hope in this run chase. Knight moves to 19, to 23 rather, as England continue to eye that total of 186.
But when you field at fine leg and bat 11, I don't think I was sledge worthy.
Probably more from the fans in the front row.
Yeah, to be completely honest, I think. I once played a WBBL game, went out to bat, and Beth Mooney was like, here she is, the world's best. I was like, mate, you know, if you bowl full and straight, I'm getting out.
49 needed from 20. Shoot bowls tonight, steps across the leg stump, slides it back with a point, misfield and a single on offer. Georgia Vol put it down.
Next one, mate.
Knight moves to 24, 48 needed from 19.
Yeah, so I was never sledge worthy, to be completely honest with you. Nick?
How about in the media when you travel down here? We're pretty.
No, now I'm in the media, I do the sledge. No, I don't know. I didn't read anything. So I don't know. I kept myself off.
I think everybody's been very supportive this week, rightfully so. Shoot to Siva Brunt. The right-hander pulls through mid-wicket. Bullet-like pace as it rattles towards the rope at Cow Corner. England closing in here. 44 needed from 18. 3 overs to go. Siva Brunt's on 15. Knight's on 24. England eyeing their first victory of the series, their first win in the last 2 series down under. Aaron Bryans and Alex Hartley with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport and BBC 5 Sports Extra. We'll try and squeeze in some post-game as well with Henry Moran downstairs and Michelle Gosco. It's going to be a tight finish, Alex, but technically supposed to be off at 11, but we'll see how this goes.
I'm not sure.
I don't know if we'll make it to
won't be, who knows. But I'll tell you what, you've got to look at this lineup now. Is how will Australia close out this innings, because England are taking it to the wire. This partnership is key, the one between Dunkley and Wyatt. It just shows, if you do have those partnerships, how much you can stay in a game. Well, Australia are 7 minutes behind.
McGrath from the southern end, down the track, clubbed by Knight. Sutherland's waiting at long on, just the single. England need 43 from 17.
Which could be costly when they're going to have to bring somebody in. It won't be now, it'll be what is it, the cut-off in 5 minutes.
I assume that hasn't factored in any of the rain delays or anything.
No, I reckon it would have done, surely.
McGrath to Sivabrunt on 15. Slower delivery, the change of pace works for it. Drops down and pulls through mid-wicket. Sliding stop from Georgia Wareham, they'll take 2. 41 needed from 15.
Brilliant bit of fielding there from Georgia Wareham on the mid-wicket boundary, running around to her right-hand side. Slides on this greasy outfield, carries on sliding, can't stop herself. Manages to save the boundary.
8,600 in attendance. Record crowd tonight for women's cricket at Manuka. McGrath bowls. Sivabrunt pulls again to Wareham. This one's more straight to her, so just the single. 40 needed from 15. I know the series is essentially over, Alex, but the England camp would be buoyed a bit by tonight.
I think so. I think tonight will have definitely given them some energy moving forward.
McGrath was going to bowl tonight, but she's pulled out of the delivery.
she's getting booed. She's laughing about it as Heather Knight, as the music was still playing, so give her that. But you've got to look at the, I guess, mistakes, but both teams have made mistakes actually tonight.
McGrath tonight steps forward, swatted down towards Sutherland on the bounce at long on, another single, 39 from 14.
But how many runs did England give away tonight in the field? Probably 10.
It'll probably come down to that again.
Probably 10, maybe 15, and as you say, it's probably going to come down to that again.
Just the slimmest of margins when you're playing the world's best.
The barest.
McGrath to Sivabrunt steps forward, pulls through square leg, straight to the fielder on the rope. Just the single, 38 needed from 13. The Australian crowd lifting at Manuka.
England need a boundary here. So Heather Knight, is she able to go inside out, up and over extra cover, or maybe even through extra cover? You don't have to hit the ball in the air. Talia McGrath's bowled really well here.
McGrath tonight steps forward, pulls, it's high towards backward square. Diving attempt is nearly taken. Back with the flight. Elise Perry stuck an arm out behind her head, tried to swat it back into play but couldn't. And it will be a 6 to wrap up the 18th over. England will need 32 from the final 12 balls.
What an effort from Elise Perry. She's probably off the boundary a little bit too much if we're going to be hypercritical, as she had to run back over her shoulder, sticks out the mitt, goes full Ben Stokes, doesn't quite get it, tips it over the boundary for 6, and that is the boundary that England needed. As you say, 30. Why is there a moth in the commentary? 32 off 12.
There's
Heather
been a few of them tonight.
Heather Knight is absolutely flying out there in the middle, by the way. She's 32 off just 15 balls. England need 32 off 12.
It's a good equation. Live game here at Manuka. Strap yourselves in for the finish. Alex Harley's got
it's gone.
Enough on her mind. We've had all sorts of bugs in the box tonight.
Where's it gone?
I had to swap one off Henry earlier and he was totally unfazed.
I was going to go full David Attenborough and just put it outside.
No, you have to stay away from the window. You've had enough tonight.
And here we have the Australian moth.
Kim Garth will be bowling from the northern end. 32 needed from 12 for England to win their first game of the series. Garth bowls, lifted by Sivabrunt over the back of point. Chase is on as the fielders converge. They run through for 2 and tossed in by Vol to ensure it'll stay at just that. 30 from 11.
It's a good shot from Sivabrunt, opening up that offside, going inside out, up and over Georgia Vol. Georgia Vol running to the boundary to chase the ball. Lorna King nearly beat her to it.
Sivabrunt's on 21 from 18. Knight at the other end on 32. Deep fielders, square leg, mid-wicket, long on and cover. Garth bowls. Sivabrunt stands her ground and pulls through the mid-wicket region along the carpet. Takes the single as it's fielded in the deep. Just thought about 2. She was halfway down the track, but it was never a chance. 29 needed from 10.
Yeah, ultimately ones are a win here for Australia. Every time it's just a single, it's a big tick in the Aussie book because England need 3 a ball for the next 10 balls to win this game. Well, they need 2.9 a ball, but you know, we're going to round it up.
Nice.
Who's going to bowl the last over? That's what I want to know. It's got to be a skipper, hasn't it?
Knight awaits Garth, slides it through the two fielders at third. Alana King's got plenty of pace though as she mows it down, and they get through for 2. 27 needed from 9.
Well played that from Heather Knight, just opening the face of the bat, running the ball down towards the third boundary. It doesn't have the pace on it because there's had so much rain. That outfield has slowed down. The first innings, it's probably going to run away for 4, that one.
All the fallout coming your way on BBC 5 Sports Extra. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Knight's on 34. Steps forward, tops a pull shot from Garth, but it'll work. Down fine leg to the rope for 4. 23 needed from 8.
Well, Heather Knight is having a great innings here. She loves batting here in Canberra. She's scored 5 consecutive 50s in her last 5 innings out here at the Manuka Oval, and this one just steps outside the off stump, sweeps the ball up and over, fine leg, gets the reward.
It's the desperate words during the week. We have to find a way to get something out of this tour, was Heather Knight. She's doing it herself at the moment. On 38. 23 needed. Garth bowls. Knight drops down. Pulls through backward square and a clean take on the half volley. As Elise Perry sends it in and just the single. 22 needed from 7.
I reckon England here, there's 1 ball left of this over. If they can get a boundary, get it into the teens, they will back themselves here. They'll probably back themselves to potentially get 22 off 6 if Heather Knight's on strike. Which blows my mind to say, actually, because Nat Sivabrun can clear the boundary everywhere.
Here we go. Garth to Sivabrun on 22. Bowled! England's hopes dashed. 4 down. They'll need 22 from the last over for victory. Knight's out for 22, and Garth picks up her first wicket of the night.
Well, Heather Knight there had a freebie, didn't she? Last ball of the over. She's looking for the boundary. Kim Garth just runs her fingers down the side of the ball. It's a huge inside edge onto the off stump. There's a big old heave into the leg side, and the rain is falling here in Canberra. It's probably up there with the heaviest that we've seen of the night, but this is going into the last over. England need 22, but it is raining. The Duckworth-Lewis score is, where is it gone? 172, I think that says over there, does it?
I'm not even sure where you're looking, to be honest, Alex. We're here for Squiz. 172, yes, tucked away at the bottom of the scoreboard.
And England are 164. So Australia, if they go off, they win this game. Tell you what, if I was McGrath here, I'm taking time out of the game. She's already had to bring a fielder up. They've got 3 out, so they're already behind. Take more time out of the game.
We've seen the mind games all night. England tried to march off at the end of the 5th when they were ahead. Eventually we got a rain delay. 22 needed from 6. Knight's on strike. Sutherland bowls to her, open onside, thick edge as it rolls down backward, point to the rope for 4. 18 from 5.
Here we go, game on. Captain Heather Knight. She is fighting till the very end. The rain is absolutely pouring out of the night sky.
It is the heaviest we've seen it all game. The lightning was essentially what brought us off earlier, but
if we go off now, Australia win, England will feel hard done by. They will feel like that they can win this game. As Heather Knight is saying, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
McGrath's having a chat to Elise Sheridan. They're pulled off.
Heather Knight's thrown her back. She's got her hands on her hips. She's got her arms in the air. They're going off. She's absolutely seething.
It is a heartbreaking way for Australia to win the Ashes outright if this is the case. 18 needed from 5. The Aussies are ahead by 6 under Duckworth-Lewis Stern. The players are coming together. Heather Knight is infuriated at Manuka. We've had lightning, we've had hell and high water, but in the end, it is torrential rain that pulls us off at the death, and England's series is over.
If we're going to be honest, they should have gone off before the start of that over. If we're going to be completely honest, Heather Knight then hits that ball for 4. She feels like England can win this game. They can get some points on the board. They can play for pride. They are playing for pride. I have never, ever seen Heather Knight react like that, because she will be furious, and rightly so. She will be mad. She was so in control of this game. She's 43 off just 19 balls. She walks off with her head down. Amy Jones behind her, and the covers are coming on. The umpires, they've got their umbrellas. They're walking off as well, but I'd be so surprised if we get back on. I don't know how long we've got to play with, to be completely honest, but
we're supposed to be done at 10:30, and it's 10:49 now.
In my opinion, that's it. The game's done. Australia win the game, win the Ashes outright.
Heather Knight threw her bat, stormed off. The Australians, aside from Beth Mooney, who had a little chuckle, had their heads down walking off as well. I don't think it's exactly how they wanted tonight to go. They would have loved to have an emphatic win to really ensure that they won the series outright in dominant fashion.
They'll feel like they've got away with that. And I know if we're looking at 18 off 5, you're thinking no chance. The way England have played, absolutely no chance. But actually, Heather Knight has come out and played one of the innings of her life. She scored so many runs here. Grace Harris on the mic for Channel 7 still stood out in the rain going, okay, can I just leave now and go get cover?
She's got this cheeky look on her face as well about, oh gee, did we just get out of dodge there? There was every opportunity for England to potentially snatch that. 18 from 5, and in the end they'll lose by 6 under Duckworth Lewis Stern if this is it. Heather Knight's not even going to the dugout. She's just going to sit on the bench and wait for an opportunity to get back out there if possible, as the clock ticks down and we wait for any official news from Cricket Australia.
Do you know what has confused me? Like, so there was lightning that was so close to the ground they didn't go off, which is dangerous, and then it's raining and they've gone off. What are I don't know the rules. I know it's up to the umpire's discretion of if the lightning is dangerous or not, but it's all been a bit peculiar today.
So with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport and BBC 5 Sports Extra, Aaron Bryans, Alex Hartley. We'll get some reaction from Henry Moran downstairs, and Michelle Gosco has jumped in as well. Gozzy, what do you make of it all?
I feel a bit hollow, to be honest, as an Australian. I go, you know what? That's not a great way to win. Like, to be fair, if we finish that over, then if we win, then fair enough. But I don't know. For me, I'm just like, I don't know. And you know what? Alex is right. When there's lightning, the rule is you come off. That's it, for half an hour. Now, the umpires didn't see it. We saw it from up here. And then the English players, Danny White-Hodge and Bouchier, wanted to go off. And they started going and they went pulled back. And then there at the end, it got quite heavy. Alex is right. That over probably shouldn't have started. And we're going to run out of time now. That's the end of the game. We're waiting for official stuff. But it's not going to... We're going to be over. So I feel a little bit hollow, and I'm sure some of the Australians will probably feel the same way as well.
For our listeners in the BBC 5 Live Sports Extra crew, we are going to extend another half an hour here as we await and see if we do get any play. If not, we'll get you all the fallout of what will be Australia's outright series victory. Henry Moran's heading downstairs as well, and we can actually head down to him now for some reaction. Henry.
I haven't got anyone with me, but what I can bring you is what it's actually like here and what I can see in the England dugout, because it is pouring with rain. You can't play cricket in this, and it is frustrating. And Heather Knight, as Alex says, I've never seen her like that. I really am, surprised at the reaction in one sense, but equally it says on that scoreboard, which is kind of half obscured in the distance, 18 off 5. You think, well, that's hard going, but actually the way she was playing, the record on this ground, the momentum in the over, you did kind of feel like it was possible, but it's too heavy. It is not safe to be playing cricket out there, and the luck, if you want to say that, perhaps has gone Australia's way. They might argue they'd comfortably have defended 18 off 5, and they might well have done. Umpires just emerging, and it looks as though heading towards each of the dugouts in turn, which you'll probably see the conclusion of this match officially, and indeed the Ashes as any form of competition. And I can see the conversation taking place with Talia McGrath now over to our left as well. She's going to come over towards us and I think shake hands with Heather Knight, who's standing hands on hips, looking up to the sky and bemoaning the luck. She's left Australia once at the end of a series or the end of a tournament in 2020, knocked out of the World Cup at the SCG with England unable to play that semi-final against India. Today, unable to try and get 18 runs off 5 balls to keep the series alive. She heads off to congratulate Australia. She's shaken hands with Talia McGrath, but this will feel hollow for everybody, I think, and as the umbrellas go up and people cower at the back of the stands, it's not exactly the way that we anticipated the evening going, but ultimately at the end of all of it, it is another victory for Australia, and as soon as I've got some reaction down here on the boundary edge, I'll bring it straight to you.
Thank you, Henry. So, as he mentioned, it is official. Australia has won the Ashes outright and secured this second T20 via Duckworth-Lewis-Stern. A win that will frustrate England, who felt like they were a faint chance there at the end. And the Aussies now eye off the Adelaide T20 and then finally the MCG test for a possible whitewash at home. In England, who showed improvements tonight, Alex, will be frustrated first they didn't get a chance to play till the end. And secondly, now that the series is over, we'll be soul-searching before what is a big game at the MCG.
Yeah, I think it'll be frustrating for Heather Knight. You know, she'll have felt like she could have got those 18 runs off the last 5 balls. She was in total control of the game. But she'll be furious, she'll be annoyed, you know, she'll be frustrated. But ultimately, so much better from England today. So much better for 14, 15 overs in the field with the ball. It was the last 3 overs for me where Australia really took the game away, and that's the game-changing moment in this game tonight. Then there was a spell between Megan Schutt and Annabelle Sutherland with the ball, 2 overs where England were just really, really quiet. So there's 2 moments in the game there for me where Australia have won it. But ultimately, as the rain falls heavily, it'll be a we'll never know.
Thoughts of Alex Hartley for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Michelle Gosco alongside us. So we're just sorting out all of our coverage across the globe, obviously with our BBC 5 listeners, to ensure we get some fallout here at Manuka over the rain continuing to drop. The moths are coming in as well, so take cover. Alex?
Well, I've just seen a tweet from Channel 7, and it's Grace Harris, and this is her quote. "To be honest, they ran off before, and the rain was just as heavy as this." So she's having a little joke and a little dig there at England.
That's a war of words there.
I like it. Add spice for the rest of the games, doesn't it?
Call the card as we wrap up things here at Manuka. So England set a target of 186 for victory. Had a pretty hot start. Ended the power play, were 1 for 48. Only lost the wicket of Maya Bouchier for 13 from 14. Caught and bowled by Sutherland. Just an odd check drive that scooped up into the air and taken comfortably by the bowler. After that, we did have some heavy rain and lightning around the 5th over. There was a really bright flash at the northern end, a couple on the eastern side as well. Umpires missed it, players saw it. England immediately tried to march off, were pulled back, forced to play out for another couple of overs before finally they did depart the grounds. At that point, England were ahead on Duckworth-Lewis-Stern. They were also ahead when they tried to walk off. Came back, Australia jumped in front, then it jumped back again. So a little bit of momentum swings, but England were ultimately up at the break. We managed to come back after a short rain delay, and then we saw Danny White-Hodge depart for 52 from 40. That was after she made her half century off 37 deliveries. And then a couple of balls later, Sophia Dunkley was out for 32 as Megan Schutt struck twice in the 13th over and put Australia right back on top after it felt like England were careering towards victory. Nat Sivabrunt made 22 from 20 before she was bowled by Kim Garth in the 19th. Left Heather Knight with a tough task. May have got her home, may have got them home rather, we never really know. She finished 43 from 19 deliveries, not out. Does snap her run of 5 consecutive half centuries or more at this ground, unfortunately.
Harsh.
But not out 43, I think you'd take it.
Still got a good average here.
And Amy Jones didn't see a ball either, so England were 4 for 168, chasing 185. Chasing 186 rather, and ultimately lost by 6 runs to Duckworth-Lewis-Stern. Let's get some reaction downstairs with Henry Moran.
Well, I thought we were getting some reaction downstairs, but they have moved Talia McGrath. But we will have Heather Knight for you in just a moment. I can give you a little bit more of a scene set here. It's a hilarious sight we've got of them trying to drag the backdrop they need for sponsorship purposes over towards where we're standing. It is heaving with rain, and they've actually just got on with the interviews as quickly as they possibly can because they want to make sure that that people get inside inside and get dry quickly, because it is teeming with rain. They're standing under umbrellas, and it's a slightly surreal scene, all of this. The summer sport, which is bringing us in theory meant to be bringing us sunshine, and those that have come to England come to down under from England hoping to stay dry, well, they're not getting a bit of it. It's absolutely
well, Henry,
pouring
I
with rain.
feel right at home. It's
I know you do.
Manchester.
Well, I know it is, Alex. For you, this is absolutely de rigueur.
This is bikini weather for me.
Honestly.
But no one wants to see that.
It is heaving down. But we will get Heather Knight in just a moment. I can't wait to find out what she's going to say, because I've rarely seen a show of emotion like that from the England skipper, because I don't think she could believe that the game was going to end in that way. Not because she thought it was the wrong decision. There is no chance they could possibly be playing in weather like this, and is strolling over this way now, and we have found a little bit of shelter in the England dugout, still with her pads on. Heather, your emotions at the end of all that?
Oh, yeah, shame. Obviously, awesome crowd in today. It was set up to be a real thrilling game. It was a real thrilling game. It felt like it was on. Felt like I was set and able to find boundaries at the back end. But yeah, unfortunately, obviously the weather came at the worst possible time. We weren't able to see the complete conclusion. It was obviously going to be a tough ask, but it felt like I was set and looking to get it done. But really, really proud of the way the girls fought today. I think Danny in particular set the tone. The way she played was awesome. Her and Sophia, and then that little rain break in the middle just kind of dented our momentum a little bit. It felt like we were really going well, and obviously lost those 2 set batters. But unfortunately, not quite good enough again.
Cricket is a funny old game, isn't it? Because in some ways this has been your best performance of the tour, as close as you come, and then at the end, when it looked as though you had an opportunity, something else conspires. Yeah,
one of those things. Unfortunately, we can't really control the weather. I've had a few. You brought the weather with your comments already, which always comes in Australia when it does rain. But yeah, unfortunate one. Like I said, really disappointed that I wasn't able to take it to the conclusion of the match. Felt like I was in really good chance, and yeah, nice to obviously finally contribute with the bat as well. I've had a frustrating tour, so yeah, one of those, pretty frustrating, but it's what it is. The weather came at the worst possible time.
You spoke about England bringing their inner mongrel ahead of this game. Did we see that?
I think so. I think certainly with the bat, I thought the way we fought and really believed that we were going to chase that down was brilliant. It was a brilliant cricket wicket again, as it always is in Canberra, and we felt like we were really able to play the way we wanted with the bat and put the pressure on them. I guess looking at the bowling innings, we probably let them get a few too many at the back end, missed a couple there, but I think we definitely brought the inner mongrel today.
Ashes is gone. There is still pride to play for.
Yeah, of course. We can still gain a lot from this tour, I think. Going on to the next T20, we want to put in a really strong performance. We felt like we were really matched the Australians today. We want to show our best cricket. So I don't think we've done that throughout this tour.
There's been criticism flying about. How's that been for the camp?
A lot of us don't read it, to be honest. I think we're trying to focus on what we're trying to do and trying to turn things around. There's a lot of outside noise, and people are welcome to obviously talk. That's their jobs and things like that. So we're just staying tight as a group. We're trying to do our very best to try and turn things around and put in better performances.
Just finally, you look frustrated coming off, but you've played enough cricket to know that this weather, it was never happening.
Yeah, I know. I was just frustrated at the timing. It was just for the crowd as well. There's an awesome crowd here tonight. They obviously got really into the game, and they were also super disappointed that we couldn't really finish it off. But it is what it is. It's super wet. It was pretty wet out there trying to run the twos as well. It is what it is. Not a lot we can do about the weather.
Commiserations. Many thanks for your time. Cheers, Heather. Well played this evening. As I emerge from underneath the dugout here, there are still the opportunities, I think, to speak to Talia McGrath at some point. I think she might be putting on some sort of headset to speak to television from afar, but I'm going to cower away down here, and I will shout as soon as I've got something for you.
Thoughts and prayers with Henry's hair. It's got a lot of praise on the text line tonight, but it's quite drenched at the moment. That was a great chat with Heather Knight downstairs. Very honestly spoken about the frustrations that she felt she was on, and she thought she was going to get them there, and ultimately the weather just cost them the match tonight. Australia winners by 6 runs under Duckworth, Lewis Stern.
Do you know what? When we said, she threw a bat, it was the nicest throw of a bat I've ever seen.
It was
kind of like I'll just drop it. So she can't get in trouble. Like, that was like, I was like expecting to throw it down the wicket and halfway up the pitch. It was nice the way she actually dropped a bat. So I would have thrown it. Like, I would have gone, you're kidding me. Come on. Like, we've been playing, but I mean, it had a bit of spice in this game. It's great. I mean, for something that where the Australians had retained the Ashes, and yeah, I love the way England came out today, and they really did give it back to the Aussies, and they had them on the ropes a little bit, and then, you know, they fought back at times where it had just gone and escalated away from them. They actually fought back and gone, you know what, we got this, and you know, and Heather Knight's right. I reckon a couple of hits there, she's maybe wins a game for them.
Yeah, she felt like she was right in it, didn't she? And look, I ultimately very honest from Heather there and just said, look, not good enough again, and I think she's become more and more honest in her interviews over the last couple of games, and I guess that's what the fans want, isn't it? They want honesty from the captain, and who would have known what would have happened there? But it is far too wet to be playing cricket.
The frustrating part is now, as you touched on, Gozzy, as well, England came so far in this game and have made so many improvements, but the series, they have nothing to play for anymore now. There was the prospect of possibly pushing to a draw, but we've now got a T20 and a Test match remaining, and obviously you're playing for pride, Alex.
Yeah, you are always playing for, you know, pride and country, as cringe as that sounds, but you are. You've got the 3 lions on your shirt. The only thing is that Australia don't give you a sniff very often, and when they do, they bounce back, don't they? We saw them be bowled out for 180 in that second ODI, and they've bounced back. They've bounced back brilliantly. How will they bounce back from this performance? I am worried for that third and final ODI at T20 on Saturday.
Maybe there's an aspect of them that gets fired up by it, that, yeah, we were in the box seat here and maybe we could have got it done, and let's rock up at Adelaide and absolutely obliterate the Aussies and show them what could have possibly happened, and give ourselves just a bit of a boost emotionally.
Yeah.
It's been a tough tour.
Yeah, and I mean, look, they're playing a day-night test match at the MCG with a pink ball. I mean, test match cricket is different. You don't get to play the format too much. So it doesn't matter, even if it is a dead rubber, basically, for the Ashes, but it's also a different format. So you can almost go, all right, well, and if I was coaching, I'd be like, all right, forget about that. That's the white ball format. This is now the pink ball or red ball. So now you've got to focus on that. And it's completely separate.
As an Aussie pundit, player, fan, you go into the MCG to watch Australia whitewash England, though. Yep. That's your narrative now, isn't it?
Yep.
So the series is done, it's dusted, you've won every single game, England have pride to play for, but if you want to get the crowd in and the fans engaged, you've got a chance of whitewashing an England side here.
Yep, and that means a lot, you know, to the Aussie public. We've seen it over how many years of Ashes series that we've had in Australia. So, yeah, absolutely, that should be the narrative.
And historically, even though we did whitewash them the last time they came down here, there were tied games and washouts, and this will be the first time they could do it completely if it ended up being a 16-0.
I can't believe what game we've had tonight here. Something always happens in Monaco. I've had a men's international game where Australia and India, and they went off, and it was Jadeja actually went off, and then he got hit in the helmet, batted the rest of the over, went off, and then had a concussion test, and they brought in a new player who got player of the match, and India won. So there's drama everywhere. So
we really need
great.
more cricket here, obviously.
How good.
We've got a great crowd in it tonight. So the previous record was 4,131 for women's cricket, and they doubled it to 8,628. It was a phenomenal crowd. It's a centenary year, and we got the absolute roller coaster of a game, to the point where there was danger of lightning, plenty of rain, ebbs and flows under Duckworth, Lewis Stern. Either side were in front at any given point of that run chase, and also in terms of, I guess, the fielding, Alex, which has come under the microscope over the past few weeks, both sides had their errors. We'll get into that in a moment's time, but let's head back downstairs to Henry Moran.
I have Grace Harris, who's popping away the umbrella because we're safe under the dugout. Thanks for joining ABC and BBC Radio. Weird old end to a game of cricket, that.
Yeah, that's not the most common ending I've ever seen, but I guess if you're being consistent with it, it was raining just as hard before and we walked off, so I feel like the right call was made. It's just a disappointing kind of end to what was a really tight and well-fought contest.
Is there any sense it's a bit hollow winning like that? I mean, both sides would say, oh, we fancy we would have won that game.
Yeah, I think it would have been a little bit sweeter if we just beat them. But having said that, I think we played well enough to put a really competitive total on the board. And, yeah, I guess your argument could work both ways in that England might go, oh, the rain saved you, but 18 off 5 was left, so, you know, not many games do they come back from that.
48 off the last 3 overs with your involvement at the back end of the innings. That, in the end, wins the game.
Oh, I'd like to think that it was a really good partnership, and I'd like to think that it had a little bit of an impact on that total. But I think the way that T-Mac played was probably definitely decided the game. We got onto a little roll there, and we had really clear plans, and I'm just glad that we executed most of the time. So there's not a lot of disappointment out there in that we might have left a couple of runs, but I think that's a really good T20 game for us.
What about all this noise that's been going on around England last few days?
I can't comment in particular.
You can't or you won't?
I can see kind of both sides to it, because cricket is mainly just a mental game. A lot of it, you've got to be able to concentrate and make decisions. And I guess the fitness aspect comes into being able to make better decisions for a longer period of time and under fatigue. So if it was worded maybe a little bit better, I think the criticism may not have been taken so harshly, but I guess it's good that it's happening in their camp. It's not in ours. So it's like I can appreciate that if you are more athletic, you probably can perform a lot better for a lot longer. But at the end of the day, it's not always the be-all and end-all. You've still, like, if you look at someone like Warney, I doubt he had the greatest fitness, and yet he's one of the best leg spin bowlers ever. So there's probably arguments for and against.
But this is an Australian side that prides itself on the intensity you play at, and you can see that in everything you guys do.
Yeah, we are very structured and we're very analytical, and we buy into how we have to play to win games and to even drive the game forward. So athleticism is one part of that, but it's also skill development, and it's also we're making the right tactical decisions. So again, it's not always just simply how fast you can run or how agile you are, and that does help because it will help your fielding as an athlete. But you can be the most athletic person and still nick off for a duck every game because you're not making the right decisions. So there's an argument that way.
10-0 at the moment. Have you thought about 16-0? You have, haven't you?
I have, but I'm a FIFO worker here. I just fly out for this T20 series. So I'm hoping to watch a really good test match. But yeah, the whitewash should be outstanding with the Poms. I guess they got the better of us in England in their last Ashes series, and they won 2 of the White Ball series, and we just kind of retained the Ashes, which to me it's a loss. A draw is never it's boring. But 16-0, it would be very, very good if we could embarrass this England team, because they're actually a very competitive outfit and they've got some really good players amongst them. So let's hope that we just keep performing as a team and keep showing up and really put them to the sword.
Most of the time people said we're taking each game as it comes.
Hey, we do concentrate on that. But if you ask me, have I thought about the 16? I've thought about it tonight, right now, and it would be fantastic. It would be fantastic to get it. But they're a very competitive outfit, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do throw a few punches along the way and get on the board.
It's been great fun. Thanks for chatting to us. Many congratulations. Cheers, Grace.
Thank you.
Good to speak to you. Cheers.
Vintage Grace Harris downstairs with Henry Moran. Just raw, unedited, no cliches, as she touched on, and very emphatic that, there's still a lot to play for as we turn towards Adelaide. The third T20 on Saturday, you can hear it from 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Plenty still coming your way in terms of cricket as well. We've got the Challenger tomorrow in the Big Bash at the SCG from 6:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. About to wrap things up here at Manuka Oval. Australia winners by 6 runs via Duckworth, Lewis Stern, and securing an outright Ashes series win. How do we go from here, Gozzy? See England bouncing back?
Yeah, it's going to be tough after tonight, isn't it? But there was more fight from them. They got a lot closer than probably the Australians thought they would, actually, and bounced back quite well. I just hope we have a good contest. So hopefully the rain stays away, we get a good crowd in, and we can have a really good game and then just build in for the test match.
And Alex, you feel like you got the response that you were after from the fielding efforts today?
For parts.
Yeah.
For parts, I think for 3/4 of the game, but there's still some improvements to be done. There were still misfields, there were still drop catches, which, you are going to drop catches. We saw the Australians do the same. But they were definitely better than they have been.